I'm going to call this meeting to order. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that the land on which we are collectively gathering for this evening's meeting is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Mississaugas, and the Anishinaabe people, many of whom continue to live in our community. Madam Clerk, the invocation, please.
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for the good of all.
Thank you. And the roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
All members of council are present, Your Worship.
Thank you. We have two addenda this evening. The first relates to an additional delegation, Gianluca Cardoni, business consultant on behalf of Stephen Butera. And that's with respect to the proposed sale by the municipality of land to the region. And also a second addenda, which has a number of items. The first is a Schedule A to the minutes of the Community Gaming and Development Corporation, as well as the addition of Appendix 1, a change to Appendix 1 of the Fall 2020 Capital Variance Report, Report CS 2020-20, and then also some changes with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, Report PDS 56-2020, pages 7, 8, and 9, as highlighted by town staff. So those are all items that I trust you have available. A couple of brief announcements. Number one, I want to thank the town, Canadian Niagara Power, Niagara Parks Commission, the Fort Erie Volunteer Fire Department, and anyone else who was engaged yesterday into the middle of the night and early this morning, helping to manage the significant windstorm that we experienced. I know most homes in Fort Erie at one point or other experienced power outages, significant rise in the lake. I understand up to 6 feet high as a result of the winds pushing water into the east end of the lake, with wave action another 6 feet as high at one point. The fire chief indicated to me that the break wall between the old fort and the south end of Fort Erie was basically submerged. And I know that there was water even in the south end of Fort Erie on the roads. I've never seen the river as high as it was last night. And I know that there was damage along Point Abano and various places along the lake. So I want to thank all of those who helped to manage that, to make sure that people were safe and that if emergencies arose, they were able to respond. And I presume as well that the emergency services were also out in full force last night. So thank you. And then finally, I just want to mention that this past week, the Medical Officer of Health issued an order under Section 22 of the Health Protection and Promotion Act, primarily dealing with trying to tighten some restrictions with respect to the provision of information and the separation of patrons at restaurants, bars, banquet halls, wineries, breweries, and establishments where only alcohol is served. Those requirements are in place now, and I believe that the region may be holding a special meeting sometime within the next few days to discuss the COVID-19 response and what things can be done to make sure that our communities remain safe without having any greater impact on the operation of business than is necessary, because this is a great balancing act that we're trying to manage. But I remind people that first and foremost is the safety of the residents. And so I reiterate the message that please make sure that you wash your hands frequently, maintain physical distance from those around you, wear a mask, make sure that you don't gather in large numbers. I know that in some places they're recommending that you limit your outings from your home unless it's absolutely necessary. And really, these are things that we need to do to make sure that the people in the community remain safe. That takes us to declarations of pecuniary interest. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I have quite a few of them, so I'm going to group them together as best I can. The first one that I have is bylaw 111-2020. That's to accept certain lots in Plan 59M 419 from part lot control in Spears Estates. I live in Spears Estates, which is developed by Ashton Homes Western Limited, and the subdivision has not yet been transferred to the municipality. I also have a number of declarations with respect to matters concerning the SPCA. Motion A, B, C, and D. That's regarding SPCA animal control and also policies, procedures, as well as the to terminate the contract and move up the RFP as the company I work for has performed contracted services for the SPCA. Likewise, I'm declaring a conflict on the delegations this evening, A, B, C, and D, for the same reason. And also the SPCA Board of Director minutes on the consent agenda. That's 10.22A. Again, same reason. The company I work for has performed contracted services for the SPCA, and I hope I got everything there.
Right, and the board minutes are part of the consent agenda, I believe.
That's correct.
They are item, what is the item?
I think I had it written down here, 10.22A. And I'm going to take a quick look just to be sure.
That's right.
Okay.
10.22A. Okay. Anything further, Councillor Dubanow?
No, that's it.
Okay, that's more than sufficient. Any other declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I'm going to declare a conflict of interest. Well, I am going to declare a conflict of interest for consent agenda 2E and G, as I'm an investor in a cannabis farm.
Okay, those are items that we have received from other areas?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest? If none, notice of upcoming meetings, there's an open house for the urban area boundary expansion discussion, which will take place November the 25th, 2020, from 5 to 7 p.m. by video teleconference. If you wish to participate, you need to contact Lindsay Richardson, the senior community planner, at lrichardson@forterie.ca. There's also an upcoming proposed official plan housing amendment public meeting, and that is on Monday, December the 7th, 2020, again by a video teleconference, and the report, information report for that will be available on our website on December the 2nd, 2020. There's also a proposed zoning bylaw amendment public meeting with respect to 1912 Kenwood Street on December the 7th, 2020 via video teleconference, again at 6 p.m. And the information report for that will be available December the 2nd, 2020. And then there's a series of budget meetings starting this Wednesday, November the 18th, 2020, which will be our capital budget and forecast. Second meeting Wednesday, December the 9th, 2020, water and wastewater operating budget and user fees analysis. Number 3 meeting will be Wednesday, February the 3rd, 2021, which will be the library and general levy operating budget and assessment analysis. If there's a 4th meeting necessary, it will be February the 10th, 2021. All of these meetings begin at 6 p.m. They're via video teleconference, and the budget bylaws are projected to be presented to council on Monday, December 14th, 2020. That will be the preliminary capital budget bylaw, and the water and wastewater budget and rates bylaw will be presented Monday, January the 18th, 2021. And finally, the general levy budget bylaw and general capital budget bylaw will be presented during our February 22nd, 2021 meeting, if all things run according to schedule. We have a couple of public meetings this evening, the rules with respect to each of these are the same. The meetings are being live streamed on YouTube and also recorded for public viewing on the town's website. following the meeting. To those members of the public who may be participating electronically in the public meeting portion of this meeting tonight, you may wish to put your view on gallery view by circling the top right corner from speaker view, or depending on what your device is, it may be located someplace else. Please note that participating members of the public will remain in the virtual waiting room via telephone or electronically until you are called upon during the meeting. There will be a 5-second lapse before the person either comes online via telephone or by video. So we'll give, Mr. Butler will give that individual an opportunity to make sure they get into the meeting. All members of council have been provided with written comments received by the clerk prior to this meeting. Those participating online via Zoom will be asked to raise your virtual hand when you wish to speak. On a computer, you can do so by clicking on participants in the bottom center of your screen, and then by clicking the icon raise hand. On a mobile device, you can tap raise hand on the bottom left corner. If you're using an iPad, I think it's in the top right corner. Again, it may be under participants. You'll be called upon to speak, and your microphone and video will then be enabled, and you need to make sure that you also enable your video and microphone on your own device. If you're participating by phone and you wish to raise your hand, you press *9 and you will be unmuted by staff. So the process for each meeting is I will ask a member of staff to provide background information to council with respect to the application. After that is done, I will ask the clerk to read into the minutes. And I think I go to the applicant to ask if they wish to make presentation to council. And then I go to the clerk, asking the clerk to read into the minutes any correspondence that she's received prior to the meeting. Ask then if there's anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the application, anyone who wishes to speak in opposition, or to ask questions of members of council. And once that's completed, we will complete the meeting. There is on the agenda this evening an information report for the benefit of council that provides background with respect to each public meeting. That information report council will be requested to receive it for information purposes this evening, which means at some point in the future, council, if the matter moves forward, council will be provided with a recommendation report from staff as to what staff's recommendations are in terms of how we should deal with the matter. So there will be no decisions made this evening other than whether to receive the reports for information purposes or not. So having said that, the first public meeting is a zoning bylaw amendment for 0 Burley Road North. This was a meeting that was started on August the 31st, 2020. During the course of the meeting, there appeared to be some dissonance between the applicant and the applicant's agents as to the size of the building and what was actually intended. As a result of that, there was a little confusion with respect to whether that meeting should be concluded or not. In the final analysis, the meeting was adjourned, but council did receive the report before them for information purposes. Staff has now provided an updated report with changes proposed by the applicant in terms of the size of the building and some of the other aspects, all of which will be referred to by the staff member who will be providing us with information. And this evening, that staff member is Daryl Vanderveen, who recently received a new position with our town. So let me congratulate you on behalf of council, Mr. Vanderveen, before we get you back to work. But now it's time to go back to work.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So I'm just going to start sharing my screen for the presentation. Okay, so the purpose of this public meeting is to provide information on the revised proposal to amend the zoning of 0 Burley Road North to permit development of a 2-story single detached dwelling on the subject property. This public meeting is a continuation of the public meeting that was originally held on August 31st, 2020, that was adjourned. The subject property is an existing non-conforming lot of record. A zoning bylaw amendment is required as the town zoning bylaw requires a minimum of 12 meters of lot frontage for development on a non-conforming lot of record. This application also requests several site-specific provisions to permit the proposed building design. Notification of the November 16, 2020 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the October 22nd, 2020 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of revision of application and adjourned public meeting on October 22nd, 2020. The subject property is located in the urban boundary within the Ridgeway Thunder Bay neighborhood of Fort Erie. The subject property is a corner lot and is located on the east side of Burley Road North and the south side of Jewell Avenue. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, Jewell Avenue and single detached dwellings. To the south, single detached dwellings. To the east, single detached dwellings. And to the west, Burley Road North and single detached dwellings. The subject property is lot 715 on Plan 94, new Plan 434, a plan of subdivision named Plan of Addition to Sunrise Point. The plan was registered in 1924. Lot 715 has 10.5 meters of lot frontage along Burley Road North. The town of Fort Erie deemed the lots in the subdivision in 1976 via deeming bylaw number 580-1976, causing adjacent lots under the same ownership to merge together. This parcel remains separate as it remained under separate ownership from adjacent lots. The lot is considered to be an existing non-conforming lot of record as it is undersized. The subject property is designated residential low density in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan. Lands with this designation are reserved for single attached, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings. The subject property is currently zoned residential 1 R1 zone. The R1 zoning permits development of a single detached dwelling as well as accessory buildings and uses. The subject property is an existing undersized lot of record on the original plan of subdivision, again with a lot frontage of 10.5 meters and a lot area of 409.3 square meters. The lot is considered to be non-conforming and undersized as it does not meet the minimum lot frontage of 20 meters for a corner lot and a minimum lot area of 600 square meters required by the R1 zoning. The zoning bylaw permits development on existing non-conforming lots provided they predate the zoning bylaw and the lot has a minimum lot frontage of 12 meters. A zoning bylaw amendment is therefore required to construct a single detached dwelling on the subject property because it only has 10.5 meters of lot frontage. Several other site-specific provisions are requested as well to implement the applicant's home design. This site plan illustrates the development proposal submitted by the applicant, the revised proposal. The proposal, again, is to construct a 2-story single detached dwelling. An attached garage will face Burley Road North. The main entrance to the dwelling will face Jewell Avenue. The following site-specific zoning provisions are required to develop the property and to implement the applicant's proposed design. Minimum lot frontage, 10.5 meters, which is recognizing the existing lot frontage and to permit development on the existing non-conforming lot of record. Minimum lot area, 409.3 square meters to recognize the existing lot area. Minimum interior side yard setback for a 2-story dwelling on an infill lot, 2 meters. And minimum distance of a driveway from an intersection, 5.5 meters. The agent's revised dwelling design meets the R1 requirements for minimum front yard setback, minimum rear yard setback, and minimum exterior side yard setback. The revised dwelling also meets the lot coverage requirement of 25% required by the R1 zoning. A provision for encroachment of a porch into an interior side yard is no longer required as the porch facing Jewell Avenue is not covered. So this is just the site plan superimposed on the aerial imagery of the property, just to give everybody an idea of what the proposed revised design is going to look like on the site. And this is the conceptual redesign of the dwelling. This is the front elevation, so looking towards the dwelling from Burley Road North. This is the revised left elevation of the drawing. So this would be looking south from Jewel Avenue towards the proposed dwelling. And just to compare it, this is the previous left elevation. So just to compare the two here quickly, the upper floor has been reduced considerably in size. This is looking west into the property from Burley Road North. This is looking southwest from Jewel Avenue. This is looking southeast from the intersection of Burley Road North and Jewel Avenue. And I'm just going to briefly touch on some concerns that were raised at the previous public meeting. There was concerns about pedestrian safety and traffic concerns. The current proposal includes a 5.5 meter setback from the driveway to the intersection of Burley Road North and Jewel Avenue. This is sufficient to maintain the standard 4.5 meter daylighting triangle at the corner required by the zoning bylaw, and this ensures adequate sight lines and safety at the intersection. Another big concern was compatibility with the neighborhood and overdevelopment of the site. The applicant has revised the design to increase the compatibility with the neighborhood, such as reducing the size of the upper floor and reducing the building footprint on the lot to meet the 25% maximum lot coverage required by the R1 zoning. The interior side yard setback on the south side has increased to 2 meters. All other setbacks to the dwelling meet the R1 zone requirements. Drainage was also brought up. No drainage issues are anticipated by the revised design. However, submission of a grading plan and detailed review of grading will occur at the building permit stage if this application is approved. And finally, loss of green space was a concern. Just noting that the subject property is not designated or zoned as green space. It is a privately owned lot that may be developed upon, provided the necessary approvals are obtained from the town, including the zoning bylaw amendment. Removal of any vegetation or trees within the road allowance requires permission and approval from the town of Fort Erie. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Do any members of council have any questions? And Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. My question is in regards to the minimum distance required. It's coming up later in our agenda too, but Daryl had mentioned it at the driveway at an intersection, which is a corner lot. Right now should be 7.5 meters, if I'm not mistaken. So I know he talked about the lighting for 4 meters, but isn't it 7 meters right now?
That is through the councillor, through the chair. That is the current zoning requirement. So part of the zoning bylaw amendment would be to modify that to permit the current proposal. I did discuss it with staff, and we as staff don't think there will be an issue, but that will be, or part of the zoning bylaw amendment will be introducing a site-specific provision to deal with that reduced setback.
Okay, thank you. And I guess we get to discuss this later on again, so that's fine for now. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Noyes, we will during the presentation of the report. Any other members of council? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Van der Veen, I think at the last open house or public meeting, a question was asked by Councillor Lubberts to the lady that's looking to build, if it would be a possibility for her to move the house back a few feet to accommodate that 7.5. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that that's what he had asked, if there was a possibility to move it back. Is that something still under consideration?
Well, the current design is already set back 7.5 meter from Burley Road North, which is the front lot line.
Okay.
So this is more a concern of the distance from the actual driveway to the intersection.
Mm-hmm.
The dwelling already meets the setback requirement.
So, but if we were to ask them to move the entire project back to meet that driveway setback, would that be a possibility? Is that doable, or is that not doable with the site plan? Do they have room to do that, I guess?
Well, through the chair to Councillor Butler. The only issue with that is the further they move it back, the more it's going to reduce the rear yard setback, and that may might result in a zoning deficiency itself.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions by members of council? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And through you to Mr. Vanderveen. I'm just wondering if you could bring the presentation back up for a quick second and put up slide 6 for us. Or sorry, slide 8.
Sure.
I think it was the one that showed the fabric, yeah, that one right there. Just curious right now, I'm just looking at the proposed location here, and it looks like there's a building immediately to the south, and it's only on a portion of the building. That looks like a garage. Am I looking at that correctly?
That is correct. It's a detached garage.
Okay, thank you very much.
Further, Councillor Dubanow?
No, I'm good, Your Worship.
Okay, any other members of council? So, Mr. Vanderveen, with respect to the question that Councillor Butler raised, and that is with respect to the driveway, this driveway would have to be narrowed in order for it to comply with the current zoning. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I might bring up my presentation one more time.
And in fact, in order for it to meet the setback from Jewel road allowance, it would be a 1 meter wide driveway, or it would have to encroach on the south side of the property, I suppose.
Yeah, to meet the 7.5 meter requirement, the driveway would literally have to be right on the southern property line and have a width of 3 meters. That would leave 7.5 meters to the intersection of Burley Road North and Jewel Avenue.
Is there ever any consideration given to having the garage face Jewel Avenue? Do you know?
The only issue with that is the zoning bylaw requires a garage facing exterior side yard to have a 6 meter setback. And there's pretty much no realistic way to accommodate that 6 meter setback from Jewel and still have a large enough garage to park a vehicle inside of it.
Right. And so we've got a situation where we've got a small parcel. I guess we've got a big shoe. We're trying to put a big foot into a small shoe. I guess that's how I would look at it. You don't have to comment on that, Mr. Vanderveen. Any other members of council? If not, then I'm going to go to the applicant, or the applicant and the applicant's agent, or whoever wishes to address this on behalf of the applicant.
Your Worship, I'm going to bring in the applicant, and maybe we can ask her if she wishes her architect also to be brought in.
Sure.
Good evening, councillors. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Okay, fantastic.
Alexis, I also see that your architect's in the attendee area. Did you want me to bring in the architect as well to speak?
Yes, please. Yeah.
So you should be able to unmute yourself now. Okay. It looks like they're both in, Your Worship.
Thank you. Yeah, one of you is sideways. That's interesting. Mr. Nassar, you're sideways.
Oh, I don't know how to do it. Okay, let me see. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Thank you.
The wizardry of electronics. Ms. Banfay, please proceed.
Again, I'm the applicant. My name is Alexis. I'm looking to build a just a single dwelling for myself to live in. You may remember me previously from a couple months ago with this application. We've got some great feedback from that meeting and made some adjustments. And now, as Daryl has presented before you, yeah, the adjustments have been made, and I hope that you guys consider it. And I'm looking forward to your feedback tonight.
Thank you. And did you want your architect to make any comments?
Yes, if he doesn't mind.
Up to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Appreciate the opportunity to give me time to talk. However, we try to do our best to meet most of the zoning bylaw with respect to the current zoning bylaw. The only thing really, it is the driveway, the distance between the driveway and the corner. And we could have actually pushed the driveway a little bit towards the property line to the neighbor a little bit and make it to go an angle a little bit, which is, it will be fine. However, the distance between the property line and the edge of the road, it's almost 7 meters, 23 feet. Like it's like there's a huge green area there in between. So we thought, you know what, might be not that a huge issue to pass that encroachment in the bylaw with respect to the driveway. Other than that, everything really meets the bylaw with all kinds, like the coverage area, the size of the building, the setbacks. So nothing left really to worry about with that spec.
Thank you very much. Do any members of council have any questions of either Ms. Banfay or Mr. Nasser? So I see that the height of the building has been reduced by about a foot.
Correct.
That it appears that the area over the garage has been eliminated. The living area that was going to be over the garage appears to have been eliminated.
Okay.
And so I guess my question would be to Ms. Banfay, why do you feel it's necessary to have a 2-story building on this small parcel?
Good question. I think a 2-story building would be better for resale in the end. Just more opportunity for others to enjoy that location, I guess. If having a bungalow will really reduce the amount of people who are interested in the building. Personally, I like 2-story buildings better, although I am very open to making it a little bit smaller to maybe a bungalow, if that's something that the councillors really want me to do. Yeah, I'm open to anything.
Thank you. Any other members of council have any questions? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Ms. Bonfay. You piqued my interest there about the issue of a bungalow. Has there been any discussion with your architect over whether the actual parcel would be, suitable for the size you're looking for? I looked at the fabric that was laid out there of where the building's supposed to go, and I'm just curious how you would be able to fit a 1,200 square foot, 1,300 square foot building there in the same footprint without adding a level on top. I'm just wondering if you had any of those discussions.
Yes, we definitely had those discussions, and at the end of the day, a 1,200 square foot house would not fit on that property given the 25% lot coverage restriction. So that's another reason why we decided to build upwards. But yeah, like I said, I'm quite open to considering a bungalow, although it's not my first choice.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, I think the architect had raised his hand. I think he might have wanted to add something to that, if that's okay, Your Worship.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Nasser.
Thank you very much, through your worship. Actually, we reduced the height of the building, and we reduced the second floor, if we will call it, area to meet the 1.5 story. It's not 2-story anymore. So, and with that said, if we will leave it as a bungalow, only we could get around 800 square feet house, which is like really small. At the same time, just to let you know, we are working at, I think I mentioned that before, like we are working on 3 different properties or 2 different properties beside this property with the same lot frontage, actually less than this. We are working on 10 meter frontage houses in St. Catharines and in Welland. Okay, and they are absolutely legal lots. They didn't need to go even to minor variance or rezoning or anything. The zoning bylaw in those 2 cities allowed to build a house, 2-story house, actually, not 1.5 story, with the same lot area, even smaller frontage. So again, like we are working on 1.5 story, almost a smaller building, and the second floor is only less than 550 square feet, which is like the, again, like we would call it 1.5 story because we meet that bylaw, I guess.
Councillor Dubanow.
No, I thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that explanation. I mean, an 800 square foot house to me is like a, you know, one of those wartime houses up on Aberdeen Court. They're pretty small. So I appreciate the context. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so the context is generations of families were raised in 1,000 square foot homes. A lot of Crescent Park, the initial construction after the cottages had been built, a lot of the houses built in the 60s and 70s were 1,000 square feet. In any event, Mr. Nasser, this isn't St. Catharines, and we have to be mindful of the neighborhood. Any other members of council? Then I'm going to thank you very much for your comments. I'm going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the application other than the applicant. Mr. Butler, can you ascertain that?
Your Worship, I'm going to move the agent and the architect back into the attendee area, and I'll just wait to see if there's any hands raised from any other attendees as well while I do that. I'm seeing no other hands raised, Your Worship.
Madam Clerk, you had some correspondence that came in. Did you want to refer to those items now?
Yes, Your Worship. I did receive some today. I would like to ask Mr. Butler, before I read any of them out, if the writer is in attendance that could give their own presentation. I have Carol Shevlin from St. George Church Finance Council Secretary.
No.
No, okay. I'll proceed with that one then. She starts out speaking to Daryl. You may recall that we talked on the phone a few weeks ago and thought it might be useful to provide the mayor and councillor some background on this property from the sellers, our church's perspective. First, this property was bequeathed to St. George Church in Crystal Beach many years ago. Though for legal ownership purposes, the seller is listed as a Diocese of St. Catharines, any net proceeds from the sale will come to us and stay in the Fort Erie community. Second, because our role has been, we feel, significantly understated in the process thus far, we just want to clarify that St. George Church has borne a considerable financial burden from this property, especially in the last several years. Not only have we promptly paid the tax on this lot, but we have had several dead ash trees and a fallen maple branch removed for over $2,000. We have had the property surveyed to determine the property line between our lot and the neighbor on Burley for another $2,000. And since the for sale sign went up, we have had a service maintaining the lawn as well. At this time, I do not wish to get into details about our many and varied difficulties with the neighbor on Burley, as they are not really relevant to the bylaw amendment application. Suffice it to say, his opposition to the sale is well known and painful to us. And that is signed by Carol Shevlin, St. George Church Finance Council Secretary. The next one I have is from Patty and Julius Pokel.
Madam Clerk, I do have a Julius in the attendee area. It's possible that's that person. There's no last name. I could bring them in and we can identify them.
Sure.
So Julius, welcome to the meeting. You're able to unmute yourself at this point. We just wanted to check to see if you're the same Julius that sent in written correspondence.
It's not me. Thanks for asking, but it is actually not me. So
we'll move you back into the attendee area.
thank you.
Thank you. So this is from Patty and Julius Pokel. We received a revised application regarding the zoning bylaw amendment regarding 0 Burley Road. The revisions do not change our opinion. This lot is too small. This lot is so small, it doesn't even have a number. It is being referred to as 0 Burley Road. Aside from the obvious safety issues with the location of the driveway, our concerns remain the same with the size of this dwelling. There is a huge difference between infill and overcrowding. There are several other lots in the Thunder Bay area on which this house could be built without having to break so many laws. Bylaws are still laws. They are put in place to provide consistency when developing a community and to protect existing property owners. They require a variance from 5 separate bylaws, variances that will directly impact the neighboring lots and possibly the neighborhood as a whole if other developers use this as a precedent. In our opinion, allowing this house on that property would set a dangerous precedent for development in the Thunder Bay area. This is not a minor variance to 1 or 2 bylaws. A variance from the minimum lot area is 600 square meters to only 409 square meters. Is a significant change, not to mention the 4 other variances they are requesting. City Council should reject this application. The next one I have is from Ronald Honey.
Not seeing a Ronald Honey in the attendee area, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Honey writes, I am still strongly opposed to the proposed zoning bylaw amendments for 0 Burley Road North, as are 90% of the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed size of this house is much the same as the first proposal. The agent is still asking for a 2-story house. Note, it would be the only 2-story house on Burley Road North, making it look out of place, even more so being on a corner lot. They are asking for a total floor space of 126.14 meters squared, which is 1,357.76 square feet, excluding floor space for garage, which could be converted into another living space in the future, bringing the total floor space back to their first proposal of 161.96 meters squared, or 1,743.51 square feet. Is this agent still trying to pull the wool over our eyes? Since day one, I do not trust her intent. Asking for all these variances and this proposed zoning bylaw amendment is way over development and will start a precedent in our community that developers will surely abuse. Our house is a raised ranch with a garage attached, sitting on almost twice the amount of property, and they want to build a monstrosity bigger than our home on a piece of land half the size. Where do you draw the line? Also, I am very concerned about decreasing the distance of the driveway from the intersection and the safety of the kids congregating there waiting for their school bus. I'm aware the study was done concerning visibility issues for pedestrians and vehicles as a result of the dwelling, but they have looked into the driveway. The average vehicle is approximately 16 feet long and 7 feet wide, including the mirrors. The dimensions of the driveway on the print I have shows it as being only approximately 20 feet long up to the garage door. Raising the grade of the driveway to existing road grade, which is about 3 feet, and having a vehicle, quite often more than one in the driveway, will its nose or rear end be obstructing visibility of vehicles coming up the street from seeing them, or of cars pulling out onto Burley Road? Greater problem down the road would be if it became a rental, with out-of-towners not aware of the issue trying to squeeze more than 2 vehicles in the driveway. I know the town is wanting to grow and develop, but can we do it wisely? There are a lot of building lots available for development first before hacking away at every undersized infill lot where bylaws have to be changed to accommodate a developer's needs. Ronald Honey. The next one is from Sean O'Brien.
I can see that he is here. I presume he wishes to speak.
I can bring Mr. Sean O'Brien in now, Your Worship.
He'll be speaking, I'm sure, in opposition, so we can, I think we should confirm that he's here.
Mr. O'Brien's, has raised his hand actually, so.
Okay, so we'll have Mr. O'Brien speak to us when we get to those in opposition. Madam
Okay.
Clerk?
The next one I have is Cian Jarvis.
He's also here, but we can confirm that. I think he is big.
Okay.
Mr. Butler, maybe you can just confirm that.
That person has just raised their hand as well, yeah.
Okay.
He's going to speak in opposition, Madam Clerk.
Okay, and I also have the last one is Joe Fume.
I'm not seeing that name, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So I can read that one out. It's addressed to Mayor Redekop, Councillor Marina, Butler, Ward 4, via Mr. Daryl Vanderveen, Planning Technician, and other town councillors. 0 Burley Road change in zoning application, public meeting 31st of August 2020, adjourned to an unspecified date. Mayor Redekop and town councillors, as you know, this application was heard on August 31st, 2020. And on that evening, a number of individuals, myself included, either emailed, wrote, or attended virtually to the initial application. During that meeting, the applicant attempted to change the application on the fly, and after some discussion, it was suggested that the meeting be adjourned. The meeting was adjourned to an unspecified date and time. Normally, the individuals involved would have known at the conclusion of that August 31st meeting when the adjournment date was. On Friday, November 13th at 9 a.m., 3 days prior to this meeting, I received an email from Mr. Vanderveen that the adjournment date was set for Monday, November 16th, 2020. Respectfully, Mayor and councillors, this is unacceptable. The town offices are closed for the weekend, and any attempt to obtain additional information either for or against this application is virtually impossible to gather in less than one clear business day. My personal situation was that I was out of the country and returned on Sunday, November 15th at 6 p.m. On asking other interested parties, they too have been left out of the loop. Some of them were attempting this very morning, November 16th, to gather information from the town, but were unsuccessful. A number of people who reside in Fort Erie expressed an interest in this particular application on August 31st. It's disgraceful that they were treated with such disdain. This was not a new application. A little more respect should have been shown for those who replied to the original application. Respectfully, tonight's portion of this meeting on this issue should not take place without more notice to those who originally expressed an interest in this application. One wonders if there is any point in submitting further comments, as a conclusion to this application may have already been determined. Admittedly, having just returned yesterday and not having read the documents that have been supplied, I will repeat what I submitted at the original August 31st meeting. So I believe I will stop there, as he's already provided that information.
That's correct. That's correct. This meeting is to obtain additional information or new information. Do you have anything further, Madam Clerk?
I have nothing further, Your Worship.
Okay, so if there's no one then that wishes to speak in favor of the application, other than the applicant, I'll ask Mr. Butler to bring into the meeting anyone who wishes to speak in opposition, and presumably they'll raise their hands now.
Your Worship, I'll bring in Mr. O'Brien, who has his hand raised now. Mr. O'Brien, we can see that you've joined the meeting. You can unmute yourself and start your video.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. O'Brien. Do you intend to activate your video, or will we simply be hearing you?
I'm just speaking over my cell phone, so.
That's fine. And as I had mentioned to the clerk, this is for new information arising out of the new information contained in the report.
Okay, just first as a matter of housekeeping, I guess, there are a couple people that are trying to participate in the meeting via the telephone and they can't connect. That would be Ron Honey and Arden Kozak.
So we've heard from Mr. Honey. His comments were read into the record by the clerk. And
Okay, because they both would have liked to speak tonight, but they're not able because of the technology, just for the record.
Well, As I said, we did hear from Mr. Honey, so if Ms. Kozak wants to send something in, I would suggest she do that.
Okay, and hopefully they're listening right now. I have a few questions, I guess. The first one is about the driveway. From what I can see, it appears the driveway is not 5.5 meters. It appears the driveway is 4 meters at its closest point to the corner. And that the 5.5 meters, if you look at the way it's been drawn, they narrow it at the roadway and then measure the furthest distance. So is the driveway not in fact 4 meters from the corner, not 5.5?
Mr. Vandermeer, can you speak to that, please, Vanderveen?
The 7.5 meter setback would be measured where the driveway connects to the road allowance. So Mr. O'Brien is correct. The driveway does taper a bit. However, where it connects to the road allowance, that distance is 5.5 meters.
Mr. O'Brien?
Okay, so the driveway, it's not a concern about where it connects. I thought the driveway, the reason why I was concerned about the 4 meters, because I thought that the reason why the driveway needed to be the 7.5 is so you don't have vehicles blocking that corner for traffic. And if they can park the 4 meters, would that not?
There would be a setback requirement. The 4 meters doesn't click in until it's some distance back from Burley Road.
Okay.
If you see the appendix 2 to the report, it shows how the driveway is configured.
Now, I know that Mr. Vanderveen suggested that that's the only spot that the garage can be because of the 6 meter setback if it were off Jewel. Has he ever dealt with a home where you pull in off Jewel and you turn, I guess it would be a right into the garage. So the garage is essentially facing east. The door would be on the east side. You'd still have the 6 meter setback. And it wouldn't be a dangerous situation for anyone at that corner.
Well, Mr. Vanderveen indicated that if you had a 6 meter setback from your driveway, you would have hardly any room to build a garage because you'd have setbacks on the southerly boundary. And so this is a parcel that's quite challenged in terms of width. And it's 10.49 meters. So if you had a 6 meter setback, you've got a remaining 4.49 meters with which to build. And I think that was the essence of your comment, Mr. Vanderveen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Redekop. Sorry, I'm just trying to assist one of the participants who's trying to join as well. Yeah, so the 6 meter setback from Jewel is required to ensure vehicles parked in front of the garage are parked on the lot. However, because the width of the property is only 10.5 meters, there's not enough space to accommodate that 6 meter setback and have space for a garage where you park a vehicle inside. I think what Mr. O'Brien might be trying to describe is maybe a garage on the back of the dwelling on the east side. Is that correct, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, so that the garage door would not be facing north, it would be facing east.
Yeah, it's something that could be considered. Typically, garages just sort of face road allowances, but yeah, it could be a possibility.
Right, and with all due respect, typically corner lots are 20 meters, right? So we have to think outside the box here. Now, my next question, actually, my next concern is I've never seen the south elevation of the home. Do you know why? That would be the facing south that would be closest to where I reside.
Mr. Vanderveen?
Yeah, we can only provide what has been provided by the applicant. We've only received the east elevation looking from Burley onto the property and the south elevation looking from Jewel. Perhaps that's something the applicant could provide in advance of the recommendation report, so Mr. O'Brien could see what how the proposed dwelling will look from his property.
Mr. O'Brien?
Okay, now my next question is, the fire department had concerns about the encroachment on the south side of the lot. Now they've reduced the setback from 1.5, or sorry, increased it from 1.5 meters to 2 meters. However, there's now an overhang. The second floor is larger than the first. Do you measure from the foundation, or do you measure from actually the house? Because it appears the house physically is closer to the lot line if you're doing a vertical line straight up. And has the fire department been made aware of that to make comment? The reason why I'm asking is because it's my intent to build a workshop to block out this what was referred to as a monstrosity, I think, by Mr. Honey. So would that affect in the future whether or not I could build under the current zoning of my property now?
I'm going to have Mr. Vanderveen respond to your question about the house that we're talking about, not your future potential
okay. That's fine.
workshop. So Mr. Vanderveen, is the setback measured from the base of the house or the overhang?
Yeah, to answer Mr. O'Brien's comment, the setback is measured from the property line to the edge of the dwelling, so basically the foundation wall. Typically, eaves are allowed to extend into any setback 2.5 meters under the zoning bylaw. Sorry, 0.25 meters.
Mr. O'Brien.
Okay, so it appears though that I'm talking about the living space that overhangs. Has that been considered by yourself or by the fire department? I'm not talking about the eaves. I'm talking about if you look at the new drawings, it's a living space that encroaches further.
Which document which appendix are you looking at?
It's slide 6, 7, 8. I'm not even sure. I have you in front of me, so I don't have the.
Yeah, I could bring up the presentation slide if that will assist.
Yeah.
Slide 6, Mr.
Yeah,
Vanderveen.
if you look at the second. Sorry.
Slide 6. There we go. Yeah, so that's the revised elevation drawing looking
right.
at
So
north.
Sorry, if you show that the floor plan, the upper floor plan, it's where the stairs are. They've pushed that wall out on the second floor.
So you're looking at you want a different slide.
Yeah, the floor plan. You'll it's most easily, and that's why I was asking, and it's curious that the south side hasn't been provided, because I think it'd be really easy to see if we were provided with the south elevation. Unfortunately, we haven't been. So if you look at the floor plan, you'll see where it jots out pretty much in the center of the house, further encroaching on.
I have the floor plan in front of me on my iPad, Mr. O'Brien. I don't see
Okay.
that's the case. It looks like.
Are you looking? Sorry, are you looking at the staircase?
At the first floor and the second floor. The second floor, you may interpret it as being jutting out, but it's actually within the confines of the first floor footprint.
Okay, because it appears that it's jutting out.
It does, but it's within the first floor footprint, which means it's not overhanging. It appears to be within the first floor footprint.
Okay, because it appears otherwise. Now, see, that's part of the problem is, and this is why I would prefer if this meeting was adjourned, because I asked for information back in July so I could peruse it and I could adequately oppose the bylaw. And the information I requested in July, I did not receive until after dinner on November 12th, last Thursday. And I think in the interest of fairness, you've already extended the courtesy to Ms. Banfi. I think it would only be fair to extend the courtesy to anyone opposed to it to have time to adequately peruse the information that, like I said, was requested in July, and I have copies of the correspondence and was not provided until it was after 6 p.m. on November 12th. That's part of the problem here.
So the meeting is going to continue, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay.
I've heard your request, but we're going to continue the meeting.
Okay, as long as it's on the record, I'm fine with that. Just as some more housekeeping too, the last meeting, I believe it was Councillor Dubanow. He suggested we were talking about whether the home fits in the neighborhood and whether, square footage and such. He made reference to two properties. One was 3282 Jewel that he referenced to as being 1,800 square feet. He suggested that I look it up because he suggested, quote, the correct information should be presented. Well, I did look it up, and according to the town this afternoon, that 1,800 square foot home is actually 1,386 square feet. And another home that he didn't provide the address to, but said was next door and referred to as 1,500 square feet is in fact 1,230 square feet. I just wanted to kind of have that on the record so we do have the correct information. And that's at the advice of Mr. Dubanow. I did look that up for him. Couple more things. Miss Banfi tonight, or I guess her architect mentioned that in St. Catharines and Welland, you can build this house on this lot. Has Miss Banfi looked for property in St. Catharines or Welland?
That's not really relevant, Mr. O'Brien. We're talking about a house that she's proposing to build here.
Okay.
An application in Fort Erie.
I guess further to that, one of the comments that he made too was that the largest bungalow you could build on the property is 800 square feet. However, the current footprint, and maybe I'm reading this wrong as well, but the current footprint is 1,100 square feet of this proposed build. And that meets the maximum lot coverage.
Mr. Vanderveen, do you have, I know in the report there's a reference to the size of the first floor and the second floor. Don't have it right in front of me. Do you have that handy?
Yeah, that's correct. So the size of the footprint on the land, so that would be the living space on the ground floor and the garage, is 102 square meters. That's about 1,100 square feet. So that's 25% lot coverage. The decks that are attached to the dwelling are less than half a meter in height and are not covered, so they don't count towards lot coverage.
Mr. O'Brien?
Okay, so you could build 1,100 square foot, then not an 800 square foot as was mentioned. I guess my last it would be comment is I think we're and of course I think I've mentioned everything previous as far as the first meeting. Now I was concerned when Miss Banfi was brought back after the meeting was adjourned last time, and quite a bit of dialogue went back and forth. And I would characterize some of the dialogue as advice. I know that I wasn't the only one opposed trying to get back in the meeting when Miss Banfi was speaking, virtually raising my hand. And just so that the mayor and councillors know, whoever was controlling that meeting would not allow anyone opposed to speak while the proponent was brought back to speak.
So, Mr. O'Brien, let me just clarify what transpired from my perspective, because I'm the one who would control the meeting.
Okay.
And ordinarily, the applicant wouldn't be permitted to readdress council unless it was to address specific questions that have been raised with a view to trying to resolve those questions during the public meeting. It appeared to be some confusion between what the applicant was requesting and what her agents were suggesting. And there was this notion that there was going to be some type of change. I was trying to elicit whether there were going to be any changes to the plan or not. And on the basis that it appeared that there was going to be, I didn't conclude the meeting, which ordinarily would occur. What I did was adjourn the meeting so that the public, so that Ms. Banfi could advise us what changes, if any, she was going to make, and the public would have another opportunity to address those changes. So that's how it unfolded from my perspective, and I'm the one who would have been responsible for managing the meeting.
Okay, because I think it's a slippery slope that we're on. One of in that correspondence, one of the things that Ms. Banfi mentioned was this whole notion of whether we're talking about whether it's 1,200 square feet, 1,800 square feet. And essentially what she notified the town of at that point was that was a personal conversation between 3 people. And it was never intended to be made public to the town or anyone. And in fact, the proposal that she had submitted was not the one that she wanted to build, she never intended to build that particular plan. Now, the reason why that's dangerous for everyone, in particular the town, is she now going to go to, in an attempt to renegotiate, and use the town as saying, they won't let me build this, therefore I want concessions on the price. And is she using the town to fight her battles when I believe it's page 13 of the application where she swore, and it was witnessed, that was her application, and then later recanted and said, no, I never intended to build that. Would that not make the application void? And I guess that's a legal question. So maybe Mr. Redekop, you'd be the best to answer that.
No,
But
I
if
wouldn't.
somebody swears to something and then later acknowledges that they never intended to build what they swore to, does that not make that void? And should she not be required to resubmit a proposal, including the costs of a new proposal?
So from my perspective, this application was made, a public meeting commenced, an information report was prepared. There was confusion during the public meeting as to whether the applicant intended to proceed with what she had submitted or not. She was given an opportunity to, at this adjourned meeting, to advise staff what it was she was prepared to do to address some of the concerns that have been raised by members of the public. She's done that. It'll now be up to council to decide at some point in time, well, tonight, whether we wish to proceed to let her try to obtain the changes that she requires. And then at some future point after we've received a recommendation report from staff, it will be council's determination as to whether or not to approve the changes that are being requested. And if they're not approved, then the applicant is back at square one and she'd have to come up with another plan.
So I guess my question then would be, is it fair to anyone opposed to give her essentially 2 kicks at the can, 3 kicks at the can, however many? And is the town going to extend that opportunity to every application going forward?
So this meeting will be concluded, this public meeting will be concluded, and at that point, the application is going to stand or fall on its own merits. And if after that, the applicant decides that she needs to come forward with a different plan, we'll deal with it if we get there. This is completely consistent with the way we've tried to approach these things all along. We're not making it difficult for applicants, and we're not trying to make it difficult for those who oppose the application. You've had an opportunity to be heard, Mr. O'Brien, as have your neighbors, and we're most interested in hearing what the neighborhood has to say. So do you have further comments with respect to the application itself?
Well, I do. You say you're not making it difficult for anyone opposed. How do you explain the delay from July until November 12th in the evening for information that was readily available and already provided to the proponent? How do you explain that?
Well, I don't know that any information that was provided to the proponent hasn't been provided to you. Mr. Van Der Veen, are you aware of that?
It was provided on November 12th,
Mr.
shortly
O'Brien,
after 6 p.m.
Mr. O'Brien, I've asked Mr. Van Der Veen a
sorry.
question. Is there any information that was provided to the proponent that was not provided to the applicants?
No, Mr. O'Brien specifically requested some historical data on properties in the area, and it took some time to put together. So as soon as I finalize the information report that's being discussed tonight, I then proceeded to provide Mr. O'Brien with the information he requested.
Mr. O'Brien, do you have anything further you wish to say?
I don't understand the justification that the information was requested in July and it wasn't provided until just 2 business days before this meeting.
Okay, we've heard you say that. We understand that you're concerned about it, and it's on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
Nope, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Brien. Do any members of council have any questions of Mr. O'Brien? There being none, then I'll thank you, Mr. O'Brien. And Mr. Butler, could you ask if there's anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to the application by Ms. Banfay?
Your worship, there is one more with their hand up. I'll bring that person in now.
Okay.
We can see that you've joined the meeting. You can unmute yourself and show your video. All we can see is the handle big.
And we will need your name.
Okay, I believe your audio has now been enabled.
You may address council now, sir. Or madam. I wonder if there's some technical difficulties, Mr. Butler.
That may be the case, your worship. There's nothing else we can really do on our end. I can see that they are unmuted. Their audio is enabled, but they appear to be having some issues probably on their end. The only thing I may try to do, I can move them back into the attendee area and bring them back in as panelists, see if that works other than.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you do that. And I noticed that Mr. Nasser has his hand up, but I can assure the applicant and the applicant's agents that I won't be allowing them back into this meeting.
Your worship, I'm just going to try to bring this person back in here as a panelist.
Are you able to ascertain what kind of device this individual is using?
No. Okay, their audio is enabled again. Are you able to speak? And if you are, we still can't hear you.
So I'm going to suggest that this individual, whom I believe is Sean Jarvis, would and has submitted something very briefly in writing, perhaps provide us with whatever comments he has. and they can be provided to Mr. Vanderveen and members of council, so that at least they have the benefit of that if he's unable to communicate with us right now.
And your worship, perhaps if there's others, I believe Mr. O'Brien mentioned there was others trying to call in. Perhaps staff can connect with those other residents following the meeting and make sure their comments are received and provided to council at a future date.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Butler. I think that that's appropriate in that I'm sure that the neighbors would appreciate that. So if there are there any others who wish to address council this evening on this matter?
There aren't, your worship.
Okay, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to go to the next public meeting, which relates to the town's zoning bylaw amendment, the housekeeping amendment, and again, we'll follow the same process. And Mr. Vanderveen, I understand that you are going to be providing council with some background information on this?
It's going to be me tonight, your worship, on this.
You. Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Is that because Mr. Vanderveen has the new job?
Okay, thank you, your worship. So on October 5th, 2020, council and committee authorized staff to initiate an amendment to the town's zoning bylaw to make certain housekeeping changes. The proposed changes will help improve the bylaw by clarifying, adding definitions and regulations, removing inconsistencies, redundancies within the bylaw, and adding certain regulations. The purpose of the presentation is to provide information to council and the public regarding these housekeeping changes. Notice of the public meeting was given in the Fort Erie Post newspaper on October 22nd, 2020. This satisfies the town's legal requirements for providing notice under the Planning Act. Beyond that, staff also provided notice in accordance with council's direction on town-initiated amendments, such as advertising directly to BIAs and using social media. So I'm going to highlight some of the proposed changes that will be of particular interest, I believe. I won't detail every amendment that you see in front of you in the table. Firstly, under definitions, the topic there is infill lot. We're proposing to clarify that a lot has to have dwellings on two sides for it to be considered an infill lot and not the rear, since the infill yard setbacks apply to side yards and not rear yards. This is more of a clarification matter. Under definitions as well, where it says lot coverage, staff are proposing to alter what lot coverage means in the bylaw to remove uncovered decks, porches, patios, which are less than 2 meters or 6 feet above grade. These structures are still required to meet setbacks from property lines, ensuring that there's adequate open space on site. For example, a deck that's greater than 1.5 meters above grade is required to meet the full rear yard and side yard requirements that are applicable to the dwelling. This change is really coming along as staff are seeing an increase in variances to decks and porches that are attached to dwellings, which are uncovered. And staff to this point have not had any issues with them, nor heard much feedback from the public on that matter, so long as the yard setbacks are still maintained to that structure. Moving on, under general provisions at the bottom of the table, for residential uses that are legal non-conforming to the bylaw, this amendment would permit new accessory structures such as sheds to be built. For example, a legal non-conforming use in a residential zone, or rather in an industrial zone, would be permitted to build a shed for their property. As of now, they are not. At the top of the slide here, under general provisions, the parking requirement for an industrial use is proposed to be changed. Staff are proposing to change it to 1 parking space for every 180 square meters or 1,937 square feet of the use, as opposed to 1 per 100 now, or 1 per 1,076 square feet. In our review, we found this is sufficient for kind of newer types of industrial uses that we now see, of course, while still allowing that particular business to provide more parking spaces on the property if they see fit to run their business. Next on the table is 620 DII, ingress and egress. This actually deals with the driveway location and proximity to an intersection, coincidentally coming to the same meeting this evening. What we're proposing is to add a clause that would correlate the requirement for the driveway setback to the street line at an intersection to the type of road in question, such as a local road, collector road, arterial road. And this would match the driveway setback requirements would match the daylighting requirements for site triangles at the intersection. So for local roads, this would equate to a driveway setback from an intersecting local street line of 4.5 meters or about 15 feet. In addition to the space from the property line to the road itself. The change to 643 AIII is a modification to clarify how floor area is calculated for accessory apartment units within a dwelling. These units are permitted to be 40% of the floor area of the building, including the basement if the accessory unit is within the basement. And this is more of a kind of a clarification in how that provision is written. And lastly, just on this slide, I just wanted to highlight the under agriculture, there are regulations for greenhouses. This change is being proposed to change the parking requirement for greenhouses, similarly to the parking requirement for industrial use. On this slide, I'd like to just highlight the last row in this table. The others are more for clarity. Under the RM1 zone, this amendment proposes to change building setbacks between buildings on the same lot. So for example, that would be like a townhouse condominium development, the setbacks between the townhouses on the property to each other. And this is really being adjusted based on kind of trends that staff has seen on, and certain applications we've received while still maintaining adequate setbacks between buildings. These two are both just clarifications. The last one there, that there's a variety of changes to numbering, cross references, typos, and otherwise within the bylaw. To date, we have received some public input. There was an open house held by Zoom on November 9th. One member of the public attended. We heard some specific questions from that person about the rural residential zone and how it related to their property in particular. And that was really unrelated to this amendment. We also received and circulating the BIA's comments from Crystal Beach BIA. The written comments are attached to the report and deal with entertainment and noise restrictions in place on patios within the core mixed use zone, in particular, their concerns with respect to that zone in Crystal Beach. The BIA has requested that the town review its zoning and noise bylaw in that respect in terms of permitting audio and entertainment to occur on patios associated with restaurants. That is a bit outside the scope of this housekeeping amendment. It would require kind of a separate, pretty thorough review of the regulations, a separate public process and community consultation. And we'd be looking to council for direction on that in terms of next steps or future amendments. Just quickly in terms of the timeline, this just shows kind of our timing so far in terms of the notice in the paper into considering input tonight after the public meeting. The recommendation report would come back on December 7th, depending on the amount of input that's received tonight, and the bylaw in December, possibly January, with notice of decision into January, looking at these amendments possibly coming into effect in later part of January, early February. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Butler. Do any members of council have any questions of Mr. Butler? Councillor Noyes.
I had to find you again. You disappeared. Yeah, so two questions. I brought one up earlier when we were talking about the earlier public meeting on Burley Road. I am concerned about the change for the distance of the driveway to the adjacent road on a corner lot from, I think, 7.5 to 4. I think that's going to be problematic in regards to if there's a house built there, if there's a car on the driveway and you have, I'm guessing 4 times 3, 12 feet instead of the 21 feet to be able to see the traffic coming. And it's fine to say that the driveway may be long or whatever, but there could be 2 or 3 cars parked in there, could be a trailer parked in there, we don't know. I think having that close to a corner lot, I would not like to see that. The other thing is the lot coverage. Currently, I understand there's 10% lot coverage outside the residential home itself, the footprint of the building itself, the dwelling. Now I understand that that's going to be removed in regards to patios or anything that doesn't have a roof on it, if I'm not mistaken. I know in the 2 subdivisions that here in Stevensville and Black Creek, drainage is a huge problem. And right now they're restricted to how much patio they can put on their yard because it's limited to 10% of the lot coverage. If you remove that, I can see having major drainage problems because people will then put a nice patio in or put a nice gazebo in or whatever, and take up a lot of lot coverage, and you're going to affect the drainage. And then the neighboring properties are going to be the ones that are going to pay the price. And then we're going to tell them when they come to complain that it's a private matter and, you know, deal with your neighbor, so to speak. We have the problem now when it's 10%. If you take that away, you start allowing them to put patios there without any consideration in regards to drainage. I know that the lot setbacks still remain. I understand the setbacks will not change, but you're removing green space and you're putting, whether you're putting wood or cement or whatever, you're removing green space that could absorb some of the rain. So I would not be in favor of that either.
So Mr. Butler, do you have a comment on either of those, please?
Sure. I didn't hear a question specifically, Your Worship, but I'll try to provide a couple comments. On the drainage and the deck piece, you know, currently accessory structures that are less than 2 feet, such as a deck or a patio platform, they're not counted in the lot coverage currently. Those are typically the ones that are located off of the building, if you will, into the yard. Greater than that, you know, higher than that, you know, 5-foot deck or so off the ground might be associated with a pool, possibly, you know, something small around an above ground pool, maybe. It's more the building, the decks that are attached to the dwellings. In our view, if it's covered, it does still need to meet lot coverage. If it's not covered and it's attached to the building, it's subject to the setbacks of that zone. So the interior yards and the rear yard, so still leaving adequate space. So we think the way that it's crafted now does deal with the coverage appropriately and will leave green space, but would be, you know, open to council's feedback on that. On the driveway piece, yeah, I guess I could say that the site triangle regulation, which is for kind of the space on private property, that is on a local road to a local road is 4.5 meters by 4.5 meters. That space there has to remain unobstructed, and that's for the view of vehicles at an intersection. So what we're proposing to do is to allow the driveway at least to come to that point, and there's no obstructions past that point allowed at all. And in our view, that it would maintain the sight line still at the intersection.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mr. Butler, for that explanation. Mr. Butler and I had a chance to talk about both these issues earlier today. And in regards to I understand that one of the reasons, and correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding was one of the reasons you changed the lot coverage type thing and the patios and things was because some of the builders were getting creative and using that as like taking it off the house or something. He explained it to me. I can't explain it as well as he did, but that was one of the reasons, was because some of the builders are getting somewhat creative with that, so that they could remain into the 10% or whatever, the 40% lot coverage. They would remove the patio kind of from the home or not put a roof on it, but it was not really accomplishing what the point was in the first place of lot coverage. I am concerned about drainage, but having said that, I do think you will see a lot more patios without roofs on and a lot less green space and a lot more drainage problems if that proceeds. The other thing is that it's fine to say the 4.5 meters, I think, from the road that goes in. Is that what, Mr. Butler, is that the number you gave? If you're looking, let's take the example of Burley Road as a good example where the road does go into that what wants to be closer to that intersection. There's no sidewalk there. I personally do not believe that anyone who owns that property is going to make sure that the 4.5 meters from the road that there's not a car parked in there. And if there's no...
Councillor Noyes, my understanding is that if it's a daylight triangle, there's nothing on it. There wouldn't be a driveway. It has to remain open.
Yeah, I can't, I'm sorry, Mayor Redekop, I didn't hear part of that.
Yeah, if it's a daylight triangle, so this 4.5 meters by 4.5 meters, if it's a daylight triangle, nothing can be located in it. So it wouldn't be a driveway. There wouldn't be a driveway there. It wouldn't be permitted.
But the driveway would be closer to the side road, let's say. It would be, instead of being 7.5 meters, it would be 4 meters.
This would be my understanding is that's the daylight triangle. I'm not sure, Mr. Butler, you perhaps can intercede here. Are you proposing as well that the setback to the driveway would be minimized as well? Is that what you're saying?
It's, Your Worship, not beyond the 4.5 meter daylight triangle.
So then, Councillor, yeah, okay, I get your point, Councillor Noyes. Your concern is that immediately adjacent to the 4.5 meters, there could be a car, which would obstruct the daylight triangle.
Absolutely, and only if they, yes, that, and unless we have enforcement and there's on all these roads at this type of intersection, or if there's a sidewalk there, which people tend to be more responsible for, not to block a sidewalk. They're going to park their cars there. They're going to put things there. And so then you're going to have a problem. I can just see somebody trying to pull out from Jewel Avenue onto Burley, which is a very busy road, and having less space to kind of, peek around. I know it's only an additional, I guess I'm being rounding off here, around 10 to 12 feet, but I think that could improve the vision for the person going down Burley or the person turning off a Jewel. So I think limiting that or changing that to 4 meters, I think it will be problematic. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Butler, you've heard Councillor Noyes' concern on this.
Yes, Your Worship.
Any other members of council have any questions of Mr. Butler? If not, then Mr. Butler, could you check to see if there's anyone who wishes to address council with respect to this particular public meeting, please?
Not seeing any hands raised, Your Worship. Now would be the opportunity to raise your hand if you do wish to speak to council on this matter.
Doesn't appear from the list of attendees that there's anyone that,
I'm not seeing any, Your Worship. I looked through to see if there was any member of BIA membership or anything like that. I'm not seeing any.
okay, thank you. Then if there is no one who wishes to address council on this, I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we'll go to the regional councillor's report. Good evening, Councillor Encina.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop and councillors. I will try and keep this brief and to the point. The region's Vision Zero traffic program is continuing with all area local municipalities being contacted in the very near future to deal with changes in agreements. They have set an aggressive timeline for further implementation of the program. And I have stressed to them the many different areas in town that are troublesome. The new guidelines for the Blue Box program have been released by the province. The Niagara Region is scheduled to implement the changes in 2024. The province has asked for comment on the proposed rules and regulations. And one that was concerning was the change to every other week pickup of recyclables rather than every week that we now have. This change is seen as a reduction of service, and comments regarding this will be forwarded to the province. An increased list of what will be recyclable has also been released for comment. There is a potential savings for municipalities, but there's also the risk of increased dumping, especially if it goes to illegal dumping, especially if it goes to every 2 weeks. As this program continues to be unveiled, I will inform council and I will send documents forward. A report was received from Niagara EMS Chief Kevin Smith, which outlined the successes that have been realized due to the changes that were made at the service. As I have previously talked about at earlier meetings, the need for specialized units has increased. Example, the fall team and the mental health team, along with the triage nurse at the communications center. The number of calls for service have continued to increase, but it is the way that they are dealt with that has changed. An example, the mental health and addictions response team, the paramedic and the mental health nurse, have been able to reduce the number of transports to the hospital by 7%, even though the number of mental health calls increased by 8%. There have been over 3,000 referrals to community health and social services thus far. So everyone knows our EMS is leading the way provincially and federally. There are only 2 locations that have an emergency communications nurse in order to provide different calls or options to callers. Of those handled by the triage nurse, 6% of all calls have saved responses from ambulances. This year alone, $1.2 million has been realized in savings. In 2019, the Niagara region was designated as a Built for Zero Canada community. This national effort is a movement to end homelessness in our community. The 2 objectives of the program are to develop a by name list of all known individuals experiencing homelessness, and this is in real time. And secondly, to establish a coordinated access system, a standard process to follow. The program has been successful. The by name list has just been completed for the first 5 months of the housing focused pilot shelter program. Those included in the pilot project had experienced homelessness for an average of 318 days for the last 3 years. There were 27 intakes thus far, with 13 moving on to permanent housing and 9 others successfully housed otherwise. It truly is a successful story. Work plans are being developed to further the program, taking into account all lessons learned previously and during this time of COVID. As I mentioned to Councillor McDermott previously, the motion by Mayor Redekop regarding Miller's Creek Marine will be making its way to Regional Council this Thursday. So everyone is aware. I'd like the council to know that we continue to press our public health officer for more information, as Mayor Redekop has talked about, as restrictions continue to get tighter. Last week, I requested that the number of charges and the fines be publicized so that residents know that the rules and regulations are being enforced. And to say that we have everyone's best interest at heart for business owners and residents, and we will continue this. Mayor Redekop, I'll end it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Encina. Are there any councillors who have any questions of Councillor Encina? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hi, Councillor Encina. How are you? I have a couple of questions. I was really interested in what you just told us about the homelessness and the project. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the news came out about 19% increase of bankruptcies in the month of September in Canada. And I'm just wondering if there's a possibility that you can take it back to Regional Council with the Mayor with respect to Dr. Hergé's decision to invoke Section 22 on the restaurants and the gyms, where some justification has to be made with respect to that industry, having that invoked. And I'm just wondering if you could offer some comments with respect to that.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I believe Mayor Redekop mentioned that there is in the works a meeting being planned, a special meeting that has been requested. There is a huge concern and a fine line as to working both sides, the safety of the residents and the businesses that are really in jeopardy right now. I know there has been a lot of conversation about it, and I'm almost positive that there's something will be coming up in the very near future with Dr. Hergé to explain his actions and how that came down. But I will ensure that we get an answer and the justification for it, and I will pass that along.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then further to that, I wonder if there could be some suggestions made that we punish those bad apples rather than to punish the ones that are doing it right, because there are some really great examples of the hospitality industry taking great care and spending money that they don't have in order to protect the general public. And I know of one restaurant in particular that spent $25,000, and being shut down for another 4 weeks is problematic for that person having taken out a loan to do so. So those are some of the examples, and I'm sure you're getting inundated just as we are with letters and emails with respect to how unfair that is. The other issue I wanted to bring up to you, Councillor, is respect to the flooding. And I know that we've spoken about this before, but in particular, Shirley Road, where the pump house is not doing its job, and the regional municipality has a responsibility to do something and has yet to do that. I wonder if you could follow up. It's been a year. The individuals on Shirley Road just sent me pictures moments ago about the flood that occurred in their homes, and it's quite devastating. And now they're without insurance coverage because you can only claim so much before they cut you off. So if you could investigate that a little further and report back to council with respect to any solutions, that would be wonderful as well.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. The last I had heard, they were going to increase the size of the pumps. I will find out if that was done and what other means of remediation that they're going to come up with regards to Shirley Road area and things like that. If I can just go back to your point about punishing those who are actually violating, that was one of the conversations and video conferences I had on Friday. We took that to the region CAO and the chair. I had asked that we target violations and actually get our regional bylaw is going to be out and doing it. That's why they came out with the numbers. But I suggest, and I provided legislation saying, look, this is what we have on our books. This is what we can do. Let's go do it. I will be pushing for that as we go along also. But I will get that information with regards to Shirley Road.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Butler? Any other councillors? Okay, then we're going to go to, thank you very much, Councillor Encino. We're going to go to presentations and delegations. And the first delegation, Madam Clerk, I understand Russ Young is unable to attend, but you will be reading his comments.
That's correct, Your Worship. To Mayor and Council, my name is Russ Young. Due to COVID-19, pet owners are not allowed to be present in an exam room with our furry friends. It is unlikely the last pandemic. Due to my experience on Friday, June 26th at an animal hospital, I truly believe all vets, Humane Society, and rescue groups should have video links available to pet owners. A complaint is filed with the College of Vet Meds and the SPCA. I love the Fort Erie SPCA. I like Wendy Tremblay, and cameras are needed now. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. That then takes us to Bridget Bonner. And who's bringing people into the meeting? Is it still Aaron Butler or is it Mr. Davis?
No, Your Worship, I'm taking over.
Okay.
So there's someone in the attendees area called Bridget, who I'm assuming is Bridget Bonner. I'll bring her in now.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Bonner. We saw a flash of you. There you
Hello. Good evening. Good evening. I figured it out.
Perfect.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you tonight. Approximately a month ago, I logged on to the Fort Erie SPCA website. My husband and I were considering adopting a dog, but there were no dogs listed under the section that was entitled View Dogs. I found out later that there were dogs available, but they weren't listed on the website. At that time, I also noticed that there was a spot where you could send a message. It said, quote, leave your feedback, send your thoughts directly to all members of our board. We value the community's thoughts and ideas. So I asked for some information regarding volunteering. You see, before COVID, I volunteered there with the dogs. So I wanted to know if they were allowing volunteers back. And I also asked if there were any dogs available for adoption because there were none on the website. And to this day, I haven't heard back from them. I've looked for dogs on many other websites over the past month, and they have tons of information online. One rescue that I applied to told me that they had over 80 applications every day. So think of all the dogs who could be placed in loving homes if the Fort Erie SPCA properly advertised them on their social media. This week, I saw 3 dogs on their website. So we ended up adopting 2 of them. The 3rd dog is no longer at the SPCA, but that dog and the 2 that we adopted are still on the website, even though they're gone. Yet the many dogs that we saw at the SPCA are not on the website. When we were there, we saw 4 other dogs and we heard many more in the other aisle. So why aren't these dogs being advertised? It seems to me that their priorities are mixed up. They seem more concerned with continuing to get funds than ensuring that the animals receive proper care and are placed in good, loving homes. But my concerns with the SPCA didn't start with my own recent experience. My concerns began in March when I learned of the circumstances regarding 2 dogs named Storm and Oreo. Concerns were brought to the SPCA by a volunteer, Jamie Lee Bale. The manager's reaction was to ban this volunteer from the facility. Why? As a charitable organization that depends on funds from donations and taxes, one would think that they would want to be transparent and ensure that the animals are receiving the best care, not to ban people who raise legitimate concerns. When Ms. Vale began to tell others of her concerns and the things she experienced, the SPCA responded with a cease and desist letter threatening a lawsuit. In fact, it stated they would take, quote, immediate and aggressive action. Why is the reaction from the SPCA so hostile and defensive? To me, it seems that they're trying to cover something up. It immediately sent up red flags. Since then, there have been many other disturbing incidents that have come to light from various other people. The more that I learn, the more disgusted I am with the way the SPCA is being run. The fact that wildlife was being euthanized without first giving them sedatives and pain medication, that's barbaric. And the fact that employees who've not been properly trained are expected to euthanize the animals, that's very disturbing. But the list of poor practices that I've been made aware of goes on and on. I've met many caring staff at the SPCA through volunteering and through the adoption, but I have grave concerns about the overall management. The fact that the board has announced that they're doing an internal review is not good enough. I think the problems there need more than a fresh coat of paint and a rubber stamp of approval from themselves. This organization received approximately $650,000 in funding in 2019. Yet it's my understanding that they refused to let a counselor into their facility. This is completely unacceptable. They need to be accountable and transparent to the many donors and taxpayers who are helping to fund them. I believe the town of Fort Erie is on the right track. Many counselors, such as Councillors Butler and Zanko, have been working hard to bring change. The directives and bylaws being considered are extremely important, and I urge council to pass them. Fort Erie can and must be a leader in animal welfare. In addition, I think more oversight is needed when we, the taxpayers and the town, are providing close to $200,000 of taxpayers' money to this establishment. I thank the Fort Erie Council for the steps that they've taken so far to protect these innocent animals from neglect and cruelty. I hope tonight you'll go further so that the animal shelter in our town can be one that puts the animals' needs first and one that we can all eventually be proud of. Last of all, I would like to thank you for allowing the next speaker, Ms. Vale, to show her presentation. I realize that these images will be very difficult to view, but unless we see what's truly happening there, proper change will not take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bonner. Do any members of council have any questions of Ms. Bonner? And you mentioned, Ms. Bonner, that one of the counselors had been refused entry to the shelter?
I believe that's correct.
Which counselor was that?
I think it was Councillor Zanko, but I could be wrong about that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Davis, then, the next delegate is Jamie Lee Vale. Could you arrange for her to come into the meeting, please?
Yes, I'll bring her in right now.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good evening, Ms. Vale.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you know, my name is Jamie Lee Vale, and I appreciate the time that I have to speak with you this evening. Tonight, I would like to share some of the allegations and evidence collected over the past 6 months from employees, volunteers, and community members. I'd like to share my screen now to show my presentation. Okay. As I said, tonight I would like to share some of the allegations and evidence collected. Tonight, I am only one person, but I have the chance of sharing with you what your residents experienced working and volunteering at the Fort Erie SPCA.
I have been witness to animal abuse at the Fort Erie SPCA multiple times, including but not limited to improper euthanasia methods.
As far as euthanasia goes, there was very little training or no training.
I asked Wendy if I could be trained by a vet, and she denied me because she said she would have to pay for the vet to come here and train me.
Unsafe storage of dog food. It's stored in unsealed totes, piled high to the ceiling in an outbuilding. It's unfortunately contaminated at that point and normally unusable.
It's literally just an insulated room. It's not monitored by temperature.
The food was stored in Tupperware containers, which aren't sealed. The animals were getting diarrhea and were getting very sick.
I've also taken notice of unsanitary kennel conditions.
With the cats that came from Texas, a lot of them got ringworm in the shelter. At least 30, 35 cats that had to be euthanized. They were just put into one large bag together and put into the freezer.
There was one day I came in to volunteer, and in the main entranceway, there was a deceased canine in a garbage bag wrapped with tape lying in the main entranceway.
It was my very first day working, and that was a very small kitten. It was all black, and it was infested with fleas. The next day, the cat wasn't there, and I never seen him again.
A kitten, maybe 4 months old, that came in with some swollen eyes. It got to the point of those eyes becoming extremely bloody. Over the period of 2 weeks, that cat sat in a cage. It had never seen a vet though, and that cat ended up being euthanized.
On the 23rd, actually, it was of January that I first learned about this small little dog. I was interested in her and curious how much the surgery would cost to fix her teeth. We were told that the surgery would be $600. We had fundraised some money and given the SPCA the $600 to do the surgery in order to save her life. Other than her dental surgery, she had not been checked over by a vet. So when I called my vet, they asked for any paper I had on her, and we found out that the dental work only was $395, which was obviously less than what we were told the dental surgery would cost, which was $600, which is what they were given.
So I contacted the Fort Erie SPCA, said that I was interested in meeting Sadie, took Sadie out in the backyard when I went out to water the flowers. I turned and realized that Sadie hadn't done the lap of the backyard. I ran out front to see Sadie attacking my neighbor's dog.
And as soon as she saw the dog, ran right out, straight up, attacked her right away.
I pulled Sadie off the other dog, got bit in the process.
When I was there was absolutely no one trained in first aid.
When I was actually bitten by a dog to the point of asking to go to the hospital, and I was actually denied.
Well, I found out that the cats had ringworm by getting ringworm myself. No gloves were ever given, and we were made to clean with concentrated bleach.
I left the SPCA due to an injury I sustained while on the job. I was bit by a cat and I was denied proper medical attention. I was told to wait until the end of the day. And I remember thinking that in that back office, I'm having a mental breakdown and there's no reason for this. This isn't a job that's worth it. Those animals are worth it. But that position under those people, no.
This is just a few of the heartbreaking stories we were able to share with you this evening. Moving forward, I need to disclose that from now until the end of this presentation, all testimonials and complaints are allegations we have received. When I'm presenting a reoccurring concern to you, please understand that it is being alleged at all times, even when I don't mention it in every sentence until the end of the presentation. Animals at this shelter are not the priority. The animals that find themselves in this place rarely see a vet, receive improper diagnosis and medication from untrained staff, and euthanasia is often performed by staff with little to no training. On more than one Monday morning, I have witnessed management staff at the break table while animals wait to be fed and their kennels cleaned. This is where all the food donations go from the community, piled high to the ceiling in a building not controlled by temperature. One employee states he remembers taking multiple truckloads of this donated food to the waste management facility. It has also been said that the method for testing if food has gone bad is feeding it to the animals, and if they get sick, they know it's rotten. The appearance of black mold pictured here was brought to management's attention. The employee was told to put the board back up and ignore it. Black mold is dangerous for humans and especially cats due to their size. Being that this is a free roaming cat room, it circulates through the air. Free roaming cat rooms are overcrowded. This is how one employee was instructed to clean the free roaming room, to pile all the cats one on top of the other, only using 3 small crates. It has been alleged that dogs will get less than 20 minutes out of their kennels in a 24-hour period unless walked by a volunteer when permitted to do so. These animals were sadly went untreated by a vet. The employee providing this photo to my right stated that he was picked up in this condition, left untreated and unseen by a vet for 5 days, and then euthanized. AWS found that the way the SPCA was euthanizing wildlife without sedation was not appropriate. Wildlife euthanized without sedation feel pain when dying. It has been stated by one employee that it would feel as though the animal suffocates, slowly losing air, and that it's very painful. This is stated clearly on the bottle, as you can see on the right. However, staff was instructed to use this without sedation. The method they use involves shaking the cage up and down to disorient the animal enough to blindly stab multiple needles. This was stated as an order to be completed as soon as possible. So many accounts of lack of health and safety procedures and lack of protective equipment not only puts employees at risk, but also the spread of disease to other animals. There are many accounts of bullying at the Fort Erie SPCA, whether it's management to staff or management to community members. I personally witnessed several accounts of this. Based on testimonials from employees and community members, and on a personal conversation I had with a board member, they say they never question management. They never hear complaints and never handle complaints at all. There are no contact numbers or emails provided to the public to reach board members. The only correspondence received from the board is a letter to cease and desist. There are so many things wrong with this. We are a community who cares about our animals, and I know this because I have heard countless people share their experience, offer support, plead for justice for the animals, and come together in support of change. The organization put in place by the town of Fort Erie is supposed to set the standard on how animals are to be treated, to lead by example. Their very mandate is to protect these animals. I quote, "A not-for-profit organization dedicated to the welfare of all animals, to promote humane treatment of all animals." This is the mission statement listed on the Fort Erie SPCA website. Stabbing wildlife aimlessly with needles to euthanize them, dogs and cats coming to the shelter without proper paperwork and vetting are just a few examples of how this shows conflicting messages. Mr. Cookett, you stated a few meetings past that you, as a part of the town of Fort Erie, always want to strive to be the best of the best. Let's be the best of the best. We have a moral obligation to our animals, not only to our cats and dogs and pets, but to our wildlife. It is our job to share our living space with all those that walk it. We trusted that when we make a phone call to the Fort Erie SPCA that our animals would be given the best care that they so rightly deserve. There are so many allegations proving otherwise. Lead by example. That's a phrase that keeps coming to my thoughts. If we want to be the best of the best, lead by example, lead by love and compassion. We want an organization in place that doesn't cover up the problems with a fresh coat of paint and mop the floors as a solution to better animal care. If this is all that one sees that needs to change in order to impress upon us that things will be different, is exactly what's wrong with that place and the people who run it. Until the attitudes change, until the animals are put first, until the acknowledgement of wrongdoings are discussed and acknowledged as a problem, as long as untrained, unschooled individuals are still performing euthanasia and making medical decisions without the recommendation of a vet, as long as the same leadership is in place, things will not change. Attitude reflects leadership. We need change. If we want to be the best of the best, look around at what we have at our fingertips. We can do better than this, Fort Erie. For our animals and for our community, we want an organization that puts animals first, that we can look to for guidance when we have injured wildlife, an organization whose mandate to protect and care for the animals is actually put into place. We want an organization with vets on site and proper intake, knowledgeable staff. We want an organization that embraces our community and the generous ability we all have to help, whether financially or with our time. It is time for change. It is time for a new organization to represent our town with animal care at the center. In closing, it has been said that the greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. I'm thankful to everyone who has shown their support through all of this. I'm just a vessel speaking for those who can't. I plead with you, the town councillors, please make the right decision in supporting these necessary bylaw changes and motion to end contract, so this can never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vale. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Through you to Ms. Vale, I think oh, there you are. Everybody moves around here. In regard to the pictures of the storage, there were several. When were those pictures taken?
Those were taken in between probably 2019, like the end of 2019 to 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Any other members of council? Ms. Vale, with respect to the SPCA, are you aware that the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture conducted an inspection in September of this year?
I am, yes.
Okay, and was that a copy of that shared with you at all?
No.
Okay, would you be interested in a copy?
Yes, I would.
I'll try to get that to you. Madam Clerk, will you remind me to do that? Thank you. And the photos that you have taken with respect to the animals referred to as being abused, were those taken, any of those taken in 2020?
Yes, they weren't photos that I had taken. They are photos from employees, previous employees, and they were taken from current employees at the time.
They were employees at the time, but they're no longer employees?
That's correct.
And do you know when the most recent of those would have been taken, approximately?
I would say April 2020.
Okay, and
maybe, yeah, April, May, June, somewhere in there, the 2020.
Okay. And did you or any of the individuals that have appeared in your video, do you know, did any of them or you make a complaint to the Provincial Animal Welfare Service?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
I personally made a complaint in March of 2020, and I know others made them. I can't give you the exact date, but it was in 2020 after March.
And did the Provincial Animal Welfare Service follow up on your complaint to your knowledge?
With me, yes. I had somebody call me back to ask me a few more questions. I asked for further information and they said that they were unable to share it with me. So that was my last correspondence with them.
And how long ago would that have been?
I made the complaint in March and they would have called me in April. So that would have been April 2020.
And did they explain to you why they couldn't share information with you? Did they say privacy or did they provide any
Yes.
explanation?
They said they were unable to discuss the case with me. We also sent out a package to pause just recently as well, with all the complaints and all the evidence that we have gathered. We have not heard anything back from them since.
They haven't confirmed that they've received that yet.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions by members of council? Thank you very much, Ms. Vale.
Thank you.
The next delegation, then, Mr. Davis, if you would bring him in, would be Art King, President of the Fort Erie SPCA.
I'm just going to bring Mr. King in right now.
Thank you. And you'll let Ms. Vale out.
Your Worship, could we possibly take a 5-minute break?
Of course, I was going to do that after Mr. King, but if you want to take a break now, I'm quite content to do that. So why don't we break for, is 5 minutes adequate?
Yes.
Anyone need more than 5? Perfect. So we'll take a break now then for 5 minutes and come back at 8:17. We're all back. Where's Mr. Dave? Oh, I see we've got Mr. King here.
I'm here.
So are you prepared to proceed, Mr. King?
Thank you.
Dr. King? Sorry, Dr. King.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and members of council and members of the Fort Erie community. I'm pleased for the opportunity to be here tonight to talk about the Fort Erie SPCA and our plans for the future. I want to begin by saying it's a great honor to serve the residents of Fort Erie and to be an integral part of the community. The Fort Erie SPCA has a long history, having served the community for several years prior to becoming incorporated in 1954. We have been providing animal control services since the mid-70s. Over those many years, we've met incredible people and families and have found forever homes for thousands of animals. Our top priority has always been and remains the protection and well-being of all animals within our care and across our community. We take pride in providing crucial animal services and recognize the vital role we play throughout our neighborhoods. As a veterinarian, my mission has always been clear: to keep animals healthy and to do my best to protect their welfare. And my commitment has never wavered. I work to ensure animals have the same care and compassion we do. I know there is always room for improvement within the shelter, as does our board, staff, and volunteers. In light of recent allegations and concerns from residents and town council, I want to assure you we recognize these concerns and take the issues very seriously. As a result, we have investigated the complaints and are taking concrete steps to address them. We're in the process of developing improved procedures and will be working with an outside consultant to further investigate these complaints in an effort to make additional improvements where needed. As part of our ongoing commitment to providing compassionate care, a voluntary review of our practice and procedures has been launched with the intent of making significant improvements across the board. We've engaged Dr. Georgia Mason, the director of the Campbell Center for the Study of Animal Welfare at the University of Guelph, the leading veterinary educational institution in the country. And she is willing to help us shape a new policy framework that will form the foundation for delivering the best animal care possible. We believe Dr. Mason, along with her faculty and postgraduate students, will be invaluable partners who can apply their extensive experience to help make our shelter better. We will also continue to seek out the advice and counsel of experts in the field of animal welfare. Due to recent restructuring, the Ontario SPCA no longer has affiliate members. We were an affiliate member. We wish to be a stronger voice for the promotion of animal welfare in our community. We need to address the best animal welfare promotion resources available and want to become an accredited animal shelter. Therefore, we are applying for membership in Humane Canada. This includes a review and inspection by Humane Canada with the intent of becoming accredited in compliance to their ideal standards of animal care within the next 6 months. I want to assure the town council and the community that the space we keep is absolutely safe and adheres to the strict guidelines set forth by the provincial bodies that govern us. That's why we've consistently passed all inspections and site visits. More than that, we care about the health and well-being of the animals and have always been diligent about cleaning their spaces and providing fresh food and water. We are also creating a standard volunteer onboarding procedure to ensure that every volunteer who comes through our doors undergoes the same rigorous training process. We sincerely value the people who take time out of their busy schedules to lend a helping hand at our shelter. And we want to ensure everyone who wants to volunteer is given a chance to make a positive impact. While I do not want to discuss private matters related to personnel, I do want to advise that we've retained external human resource counsel to address our current policies and make enhancements where necessary. This will include onboarding and continuous improvement training for staff. The past few months have not been easy due to the many unsubstantiated allegations made against the shelter. The hateful comments we have received have been hurtful and have taken a toll on all of us. While we will always encourage thoughtful debate, some of these attacks are baseless and borderline defamatory. We believe it doesn't have to be this way, and we'll be engaging the community and stakeholders as we continue through this meaningful and transparent process. We have already had some very informative conversations with some members of council and staff within the administration. These discussions have laid the foundation for the work we are doing with our external partners throughout this process. In the coming weeks, we'll be hosting a virtual community town hall. This will be open to the public and facilitated by a third party, so the discussion is focused on gaining valuable feedback. We by no means want this session to be an airing of grievances. We've received all the letters and have read all the messages on social media. We understand the issues and want to move forward from the past together. I want to thank everyone who has provided their honest feedback and the members of council who took the time to meet with us in the past few weeks. We are now on a journey to make these necessary improvements, and we look forward to continuing the dialogue and working together. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Dr. King. Are there any members of council have any questions of Dr. King? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Dr. King. Myself and Councillor Zanko had an opportunity of visiting the SPCA, I think last week.
Yeah, Tuesday, I believe.
Yeah, all the days seem to run together.
Yes.
During COVID. But I was quite impressed. So
Thank you.
when I saw the pictures of the storage area, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with the pictures that were shown tonight.
Yeah, I saw the presentation.
It's hard to make a match. I didn't see anything like that in the visit that I did last week. Can you recall the story? Like, can you explain those pictures? And what I saw last week, that there's no correlation between the two.
Through Your Worship, no, I don't know when those pictures were taken, and I have not observed that condition.
If I can continue, have you ever seen that kind of, like, do you go to the storage area where the food is kept?
Dr. King?
Yeah.
You go to the storage area?
Through Your Worship. No, I was in the storage area recently, but I was not in the storage area. I believe the pictures may have been taken last winter, and I don't recall. Well, I know I wasn't in the storage area then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Noyes. Any other members of council? Councillor McDermott? You have to unmute yourself, Councillor McDermott.
Sorry about that, Your Worship. So I'd like to ask my first question is with regards to Ms. Vale. At what point did you get her complaint? And what time in between the time that you got her complaint did you put out a cease and desist order? Was there conversations with Ms. Vale previous to that to try and understand her problems?
Through Your Worship, I was in Florida in early March when I got a telephone call from our shelter manager. Where I stay in Florida, I don't have good access to internet or even cell service, so I have to travel about 15 minutes to a local library to get internet service and a small community that has better cell service. So I became aware of that in early March, and I don't recall exactly when the cease and desist order was issued, but it was well after both our secretary, our shelter manager, and Councillor Lubberts, who represents the town on our board, they had all spoken to Ms. Vale prior to that letter.
So when a cease and desist order is made, as chair of the board, you must be notified of that, correct?
Sorry?
I said, when the cease and disorder came about, you as the chair of the board would have been made aware of that, or who made that decision to do that? Is that your decision or a board decision?
The board, I don't know the exact date of that letter. I'm going to say sometime in late April or May, because we investigated, we looked into the complaint, we were getting conflicting information. The story is not complete, unfortunately, and as I said before, I'm not going to go into it. We've got a outside firm that's going to investigate these complaints and try and find out whether there's inconsistencies. But the when it was apparent, based on our conversations with the shelter manager and the conversations that two of our directors had with Smithville, that there was some concerns about the truth of what was being said. That's when and I believe this was along with when the social media issues were being raised as well. That's when we asked the lawyer to send a letter, and it wasn't it was a request that she stopped. Our lawyer does not have the authority to issue an order. That would be done through the courts.
May I continue, Your Worship?
You may, Councillor McDermott.
I'd like to go to the letter of September 15th that was sent to Ms. Barbara Braden.
Yes.
And I knew that it was a highlight at one of our council meetings where it was relayed to us that this letter here was lies, lies, and more lies, if I remember correctly. So I have a couple of questions about that. I noticed tonight in your minutes that all of a sudden we have WHMIS 2015, 4 Steps Health and Safety and Accessibility for Ontario and Disabilities Act now in place at the SPCA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So when Ms. Butler wrote you this letter, she pointed all this out to you. Now, is there anything in that section that would be known to be a lie?
Do you have the
what
letter?
she was,
Excuse me, Councillor McDermott. Do you have the letter in front of you, Dr.
Yes, I
King?
do. Oh, I do.
No, Dr. King, do you have the letter? Because you're asking him about the contents of the letter, Councillor McDermott.
I've seen the letter, but I don't think the allegations about the untruth in the letter wasn't about the policies.
Okay.
We had those policies in place. They were updated because WHMIS, as you may know, WHMIS training is, I'm not sure whether it's every 2 or 3 years. So the last certificates that the staff that were on file for the staff that are currently there, I think it's every 3 years. So they were dated 2018, and then they upgraded to the 2020 certification.
Okay, so having read the letter and telling us at council that there are mistruths in that letter, can you tell me what they might be?
When Councillor Butler wrote the letter to Miss Braden, who's a former board member, she said that at a meeting that our shelter manager had told the town clerk that we didn't need the SPCA contract. That, in fact, was never said. What was said was at a meeting back in 2015, I believe. And while I wasn't at the meeting, I was apprised of what happened at the meeting. And one of the town staff asked if the Fort Erie SPCA would still carry on animal welfare services in the town of Fort Erie if we didn't have the contract. And the answer was yes. And that's a far cry from saying we don't need the contract at a meeting in March of 2020.
Okay, so if I could, Your Worship, when was your board made available, made aware of the fact that somehow employees of the SPCA were being asked to sign letters stating that they never talked to Councillor Butler or councillors of the town of Fort Erie? I found that a very bad optic in all of human resources that I've ever known. So I'm just wondering if maybe you could tell me how that come about and if that's a regular practice of the management. And do they come right when they tell you, when they do this, do they come to the board and tell them that that's exactly what they're doing?
We were told at a board meeting that the employees had signed that. I forget which board meeting that was. I'm sorry, I don't recall. I think our last board meeting was, the board meeting that we saw that at may have been October 21st, but I'm not positive of that.
Okay, but my question is you're a board and you hear that something like this happens. Is there no comment to staff that maybe these things should not be occurring?
I'm not fully aware of the circumstances around the signing of that affidavit. We'd have to ask Wendy to provide the details.
Well, I mean,
we were concerned. We realized that it it didn't go any further. Let's put it that way.
Well, I'm glad it didn't, because to be honest, it's really, in my view, and I ran a number of companies. It's unethical.
This is your opportunity to ask questions,
process.
Councillor McDermott.
Okay, I'll carry on with it, Your Worship. My next question is, now have things changed with regards to the third-party firm that has been retained to assure timely policy updates? Has anything changed from the day that we spoke at that meeting and this the statement that you made this evening?
In regard to the HR policies?
The third-party firm that has been retained. So is it the same from that meeting as it is on here tonight?
Well, we met with you on Tuesday morning of last week.
Right.
And since then, we've also retained another firm in the process of determining the scope of their investigation. But there will be a third-party firm interviewing people who have complained, board members and staff, so that we can find out the full extent of the issues that we face.
Okay.
So that's in change, because that was not in place. In fact, later after meeting with you, we met with Councillor Butler and town staff. And at that meeting, it was suggested, and we had already determined as an organization that we needed a third party to investigate some of the complaints, but we hadn't gone any further. And a name was suggested to us at that meeting, and then subsequently another name. So,
okay, because I believe that third-party firm on Tuesday turned out to be what is basically a software program that helps you develop this thing. Is that what this is? Or is it more a hands-on HR type of thing?
Okay, through your worship, the program that we've put in place is a computer-based program, and it helps track the training computerized. Before, we had a paper system where we had printed copies of policies. Employees signed off when they read the policy, and there weren't always dates attached to that. So this new system is computer-based. So if you are one of our employees, we can assign the policies to you the day you come into work, the first day you report to work, and make sure that you understand those policies before you go to work. We can assign training. And this is not only just for the employees, it's also for, there will be policies for the board of directors and how we operate our operation, so that we have those available to us electronically, and it'll track, confirm that we know who has read which policies when. The other advantage of this system is that when there's an update to an existing policy, we get the information about it. Previously, in the case of labor policies, we had to rely on the, well, there were other options, but previously we were using the Ministry of Labor website to make sure that we had the policies that we required in place.
That's all my questions for now, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Councillor Butler.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. King. Just a quick comment before my questions for you, but I'm happy to hear that you're going through some exercises to improve the situation at the SPCA. But just to
through Your Worship, I would say that that's more than exercises. It's a sincere effort to improve our operation.
Yeah. So through you, Your Worship, to Mr. King, were you aware that the date of the current contract took place for signing in 2018 or 2019? And perhaps Madam Clerk might have a better handle on it than I do, but I believe it was 2019.
You're talking about the current contract?
Yes.
It's dated May 26, 2019.
That's right. And that was when the conversation with Mr. Stevenson took place.
No, through Your Worship, no. The conversation with Mr. Stevenson took place when the previous contract was signed.
Well, I'm not sure because we were told the current, but at any rate, to go back, were you aware that in clarification, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things, that WMIS is not taken every 3 years. WMIS is actually an annual requirement.
Was my understanding it was every 2 years.
No, it's at least annually, and it's depending on the specific workplace conditions as well as other factors. So that's that. Have you also, Mr. King, conducted a workplace assessment, a risk assessment?
Excuse me, Councillor Butler. It is Dr. King. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Dr. King. Yeah, that's okay. Sorry. Dr. King, my apologies for referring to you as Mr. and not Doctor. I apologize. But have you done a workplace risk assessment yet for your violence in the workplace?
As far as I know, it's been done, yes.
Okay.
Ministry of Labor was in and did an inspection from what I was told.
Okay. And then I just have two more questions, Your Worship. Just going back to what Mr. McDermott said, just for clarification, you weren't the one that called me a liar with respect to the letter sent to Barb Braden. It was Councillor Lubberts that accused me of putting lies into that letter with respect to the health and safety that was not being.
So Councillor Butler, if it
my
was,
question is leading up to that, sorry.
Wasn't, okay, but I take some issue with respect to how you've characterized that. Why don't you get to the question?
I will. I don't know what is the issue for characterizing. He didn't say, Dr. King never said that. It was.
Oh, and another councillor didn't call you a liar.
No.
Said that the statements were lies.
It's tantamount to the same thing, I guess.
Well, that could very well be. But why don't we get to the gist of the matter here, which is your question.
Is that when you don't have paperwork to show proof that safety has been done or training has been done, do you agree that then you don't have the proof to say that the training has been done?
Through your worship, no, what I'm saying is we had a, when I personally checked on the policies that we had at the shelter and was trying to verify the, looking into the allegation, find out the truth, I found it difficult to, not impossible, but difficult. And having recently retired from the federal government, I knew that there were systems available where the tracking of training and maintaining all of this information in a digital format where it was readily available for anybody that could access it, that we could do better. And so that's why we've gone from a paper system, because anybody can sign that they've read a policy. But when you go online where it's tracked by the computer and you take a quiz and you can't sign off until you've gotten the quiz 100% perfect, then we have a system that we know that somebody can't, well, there are ways, I guess, around it, but it'd be very difficult to falsify that you had read a policy, passed the test, whenever there's a computer tracking of it, as opposed to a sheet of paper in a file.
Councillor Butler?
Yes, you're right. If you go to an electronic format, and we've discussed this last week, that the software package that you're looking at currently is a good package to engage in. But prior to that, you have no evidence with respect to your former employees taking any safety measures or policies and directives, because there is no signature in place to show that, right? And I think the volume of individuals. Sorry.
Through your worship, I did see documents that were signed by employees.
Okay, that's wonderful.
But it wasn't always clear what date, and there was no proof that they'd done anything other than sign it.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Butler?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zanko.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. King. Just a quick question for you. And first, I wanted to say I did have the chance to visit the facility last week, as Councillor Noyes had said. And I too was, the facility to me looked quite different than the pictures that we received this evening. But my question is, so back in, and I'm just looking at the email, back in September, looks like September 30th, we had actually requested to have a tour then. And our bylaw enforcement officer reached out to Wendy, and she had said that she didn't recommend touring because it just wasn't a good time due to some significant renovations. What were the renovations exactly that took place back in September?
Through your worship, you'll recall that one of the complaints outlined a problem with the peeling paint. We've spent several $1,000s, in excess of $10,000, I believe, over the last few years, trying to resolve an issue with paint in our facility. And the most recent work was coming in with a system that uses high pressure air as opposed to sand. We were going to have to sandblast everything we'd done. We spent, I believe, $8,000 on a system that was supposed to work and didn't. And we had to remove that. And removing that required bringing in special equipment and workers. And because of COVID, we're trying to limit the number of the amount of traffic in the shelter. So back in September, we were not prepared to have an to have visitors. The other concern that we had was that we weren't sure whether somebody was coming to do a tour or whether they're actually going to do an inspection. And we had questions about what kind of an inspection they were going to do, against what standards, etc. Okay. And then I believe Subsequent to that, there were some requests for visits outside regular hours or on weekends. And it's my understanding that you and Councillor Noyes, I guess it was, were accommodated with an after-hours visit late Tuesday afternoon.
Yes, we were, and I thank you for that.
Yeah,
Nothing
you're
further, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Dr. King, thank you very much for coming tonight. There's been some talk, and there was Ms. Bonner was here earlier, and she said that she had put in a request in our website asking if there was if we were still accepting volunteers and adoptions. She said that she never got a response. Do you know anything about her not getting a response?
Through your worship, no, I heard Ms. Bonner say that. And just to back up, when I appeared before council last August, it was suggested that we needed to have a feedback system. And we worked with the service provider and did put in a feedback system, and it wasn't functioning properly when it was first set up. And we subsequently fixed that, and I'm not sure when Ms. Bonner would have gone in. We were able to tell that somebody had gone into the system, but we had no way of knowing who it was or what they were doing, like what their complaint was. And we fixed that, but I would have to go back. I've kept all the way the system works is if somebody does the feedback, it goes to the shelter manager and all of the board members. And so I get an email, and it's as soon as I see the who sent it, I can immediately tell that it came from that feedback, because it's got a unique identifier to it. And I'd have to go back because I don't delete any of those emails. I've got them in a file. I'd have to go back to the file and see if there is one from Bridget Bonner, but I don't remember seeing one. And once again, she may have used that system when it wasn't functioning properly when first installed. I'm guessing there was probably about now that I recall, once the system was installed, you may recall that as directors, we tried to do a test on it, and we were having trouble. And then it was over that, I'm guessing 5 days, 10 days, whatever it took for our web service provider to update that.
Councillor Lubberts.
Thank you very much. And just speaking on correspondence and responding to these requests. A few meetings ago, Councillor Zanko, she stated that she had received about 50 emails and calls regarding the SPCA. And she also said, and I'm quoting from a newspaper article, that she forwarded them to the chair of the SPCA board of directors, which would be you. Did you get those 50 emails and comments?
Through you, Mayor Redekop, no, I did receive some, and I've several emails have gone back and forth between Councillor Zanko and I, and Councillor Zanko reached out to other councillors to see what emails they had, and Councillor Butler has kept track, and she has 41 altogether. To the best of my knowledge, unless I'm missing something, we have received 11 actual complaints, several other emails, some in support and some suggesting that there needs to be change, but not first person complaints. And one of the reasons that we've hired this outside person is to try and we don't need to know who complained, but we need to find out what the substance of the complaint is so that we get the full story.
So far you've only received 11.
We have 11 complaints through your Mayor Redekop. I have 11 actual complaints. Some of those I got from you and some I got from Councillor Zanko, but it totals 11. It was 6 and 5 or 5 and 6, I forget which. There were several other emails, I'm going to say 10 or 15 maybe, that were not specific complaints that we also got, and some of those were support. And I understand that from talking to Councillor Butler, that her 41, her record of 41 communications, for lack of a better term, some are in support, some are general, as opposed to specific, and some are specific. And for privacy reasons, she was unwilling to share that, and I understand.
So you haven't had an opportunity to respond to them because you haven't received them, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank
or,
you.
Through you, Your Worship, or to make any changes based on those. Like if employees or former employees have complaints and we don't know what the complaint is, it's hard to address the issue.
Okay,
That's
thank
why
you.
we've hired an outside party to follow up on that.
So thanks, Councillor Lubberts. Dr. King, I was participating in the communication between you and Councillor Butler. My recollection is that she made reference to complaints and she was going to provide you with the gist of the complaints, some of which were, I believe, repetitions of the same complaint. And then if there was a need for you to have the name of the individual for further investigation, Councillor Butler was going to take that up with the complainant. That's my recollection of how that went. Is that yours?
Yes, although I thought there were privacy issues that were raised, and that's where it came out that we needed a third party. So,
right, there are privacy issues, and that was where I think we left it. Okay, I think that clarifies that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Redekop. And the point I was trying to make here is, regardless of how all this is taking place, there's some emails that have been sent and not been given to Dr. King. And some of the allegations that are out there is that there's people that are complaining that the SPCA hasn't responded. And so with all those complaints that are out there, I think it's fair to say that these people need to be notified that, and they need to know that the board of directors, the president of the board of directors of the SPCA has not received these complaints. So I don't know that they should be saying that the SPCA hasn't responded, because they haven't had the opportunity to respond. They haven't received them.
I don't know what they're saying, but you're quite correct. And I think the intention is to get those complaints to the SPCA so that at least they're aware of them and can try to at least address them.
Yeah. I think it's they should know that. And
you've made your point, Councillor Lubberts. Councillor Butler, you wanted to just clarify this?
I did. Thank you, Your Worship. What you said was absolutely correct with regards to the 41 complaints that I've received. And but my question through you, Your Worship, to Dr. King, you have received 11, admittedly, you say, complaints. Have you reached out to those ones?
Through you, Your Worship, we're in the process of gathering the complaints and finding out the other side of the story, and we have draft responses to them, but they haven't been sent yet.
Is that what the third party is going to be doing? You mentioned a third party, Dr. King.
Well, the reason we hired retained the service of the third party is to try and get to the root of the complaints that we haven't received yet for privacy reasons. So if we can have somebody reach out in a confidential manner to find out what the complaint is, not who complained, but the substance of the complaint so that we can correct the problem.
Sorry, Councillor Butler.
And also to verify that our internal investigation, whether we were on the right track and got all of the information or not.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Butler, I didn't intend to make it more complicated.
No, that's
Anything-
okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Anything further on that?
Yeah. So just to clarify though, I am compiling that for you. It does take time because of the sheer amount of it. But just for clarification, Your Worship, through you to Dr. King, you did say that, and Councillor Lubberts said that you were going to make contact with these individuals. Is that your plan, to make contact with the individuals to discuss their situation or their, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for, their experience? Or their complaint, rather?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, we're through our consulting firm, we putting together a plan to reach out to these people to resolve the issues, correct?
Okay, that's great. Not just to contact them to say that you've received these complaints. You're actually going to discuss the complaint and try to resolve the issues.
Right.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Because none of these complaints came directly to us. They all came through councillors.
Yes.
Okay, so okay, Dr. King, just stick to the questions. Councillor Lubberts, I'm going to go back to you because we're on this point, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, I wasn't finished, and thank you very much.
Sorry.
Dr. King, getting back to the letter from Miss Breeden, or to Miss Breeden, when we discussed that letter at the council meeting, I think it was brought to the attention of the councillors that the SPCA, it's not that they didn't have WMIS at the SPCA, and it wasn't that they didn't have policies and procedures for health and safety, which they did have, because I think you'll recall that the manager told us that when the Ministry of Labor was there, they reminded the manager that some of the policies needed to be updated. And so they asked them a timeline, which management did do. They were late on the timeline because the individual that was doing the updating was off sick for a while, but they did get the updates to the Ministry of Labor. Do you recall that?
Through you, Your Worship, yes. In fact, there was one occasion when you and I were both in the office looking at policies, and we saw certificates dated 2018 for the WMIS training, and we saw some certificates that were dated 2020, and there were some employees who were on leave or whatever that hadn't been updated yet. And it was my understanding it was every 2 years, but it may be every one. I'll have to verify that.
Yes, well, either way, when they get updated and it comes in the minutes of the meeting, you know, that the minutes of the meeting are just reflecting the fact that it's being done, and the employees were updated, and now they're there. There was also in that letter, there was some comments about people not being trained, and how members of the employees at the SPCA, if they were certified. Now, we used to get certification through our officers through SPCA, but that has stopped now. So isn't it true that there really isn't any certification anymore? That's all taken over by laws, right?
Yeah, because of the mandate of the OSPCA and their agents being taken over by PAWS, there are no certification programs in place that would apply to the employees that we have. We still have some former agents working for us, and one agent has retired, and another agent is now working for PAWS. She left us in I don't know, April or March. April or May, and to join PAWS.
So now that certification, we're going to have to wait until PAWS comes up with a certification program. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship, no, because PAWS now enforces the mandate that we used to in terms of animal welfare enforcement. So by joining, because that used to come through the OSPCA, and we aren't part of the OSPCA anymore, we're still on their website as an affiliate, but they consider us a partner, and we no longer pay an annual membership. So that's why we've reached out to Humane Canada to use their resources for training, inspection, and they offer an accreditation and certification program that it's new, and that wasn't available to us before. So that's an improvement in terms of our standards.
So up until the changes were made, our agents were certified, correct?
Correct. They were certified through OSPCA and now work for PAWS. In the case of one of them, they work for PAWS.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Lubberts? Councillor Noyes.
Mayor Redekop, I'll try to make this question short. Dr. King, through you to Dr. King, in the 11 complaints that you've mentioned, what was the timeline in regards to receiving the complaint and addressing the complaint, or are they still pending?
The complaints we received were, I'm going to say mid to late September. Don Lubberts found some emails and sent them to us, or sent them to, well, I guess he sent them, I know he sent them to me. I'm not sure he sent them to all of the board, but they were shared with the board. And then Councillor Zanko sent some more toward the end of September.
All right, so the question was, have they been resolved, or are they still pending resolution?
Well, we've made a summary of what the complaints are, identified issues that we need to address. And because we're getting conflicting information, have retained the services of a third party to verify the findings.
So without putting words into your mouth, they're pending resolution.
Yes, final resolution, including a response to the person that complained.
Right, it's pending. It hasn't taken place yet. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to Dr. King. One quick question. When you're saying September, you're saying September 2020.
Through your worship, yeah, that's correct. Other than the complaint that that Jamie Lee had, and then other people confirming or addressing that complaint, yes, that was back in March.
Okay, thank you.
I'm reluctant to ask this question. Any other members of council? Oh, Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Dr. King, I just wanted to clarify again. I know that what I did say during the meeting was I didn't know how many complaints that I received. Ms. Vale did indicate that there was 50. My exact words were maybe it was 50. I actually didn't keep a record. And just to clarify, the reporter that has quoted me, she actually quoted me as saying I received 60 complaints, and I've never spoken with that reporter. So I'm not sure where these numbers are coming from. I did forward you everything that I could possibly forward to you. And I know you have received those, but unfortunately I did not keep a record, or I would have been happy to forward anything that I had.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Redekop. Yeah, that's correct, and I thank you for that. And if you recall, and I mentioned this to you in the email, it appeared that reporter was quoting you as if she had spoken to you, and you said that she had not. And then I went back to the council, transcript of the council meeting. And in there is the words 50 attributed to you in terms of how many you got. So I think it came from that transcript.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Actually, what it does say is I do not know how many emails and calls I've received, maybe 50.
Correct.
And again, that was alluding to the fact that there had been record that 50 complaints had come forward. So just to be clear on that.
And just to clarify through you, Mayor Redekop, we're talking about 50 complaints, but it was probably fairer to say it's 50 communications, because they're not all complaints. Some of them are letters of support of the Fort Erie SPCA, and others are people saying, I've read what's going on, something needs to be done, without a specific complaint.
Okay, nothing further, Your Worship.
Is there anyone else? You don't have to, Councillor McDermott. You could always.
Yes, I
Councillor McDermott.
I'm sorry, Your Worship, but this will be my last one.
Sure.
So I just want people to understand how they can get on the SPCA board in these times today. So maybe you could explain to us, do you have a large turnover in your board, or has your board been stuck there for 10 or 11 years? If somebody chooses to leave, how did they get on the board? And what qualifications do they need to do that? That's it.
So through you, Your Worship, to be a board member, you have to be a member of the organization for at least 6 months. And then 5 members of the organization have to nominate you to sit on our board. And we have elections at our annual meeting. Directors, we have 6 directors. Each director is elected for a 3-year term, and over a period of 6 years. So there's 2 directors elected each year for 3 years, so that we don't have a situation where all of the directors go off or they all come on. And under our current bylaws, there are no limit on the number of terms that a director can be elected for. I can tell you, we have a director who just joined us this year. We have a director who just joined us last year. I've been on the board for several years. Our treasurer is probably a director for less than 3 years. So yeah, there's some turnover. I've been on the board for several years. I should say that because we didn't have a meeting yet, in an annual meeting due to COVID in 2020, when there is a vacancy on the board, of a director retired for health reasons. So the board have the authority to appoint somebody until the next election. So the lady that was appointed, I forget when that appointment took place, whether we, I guess we did it in late, no, sorry. She was going to run for election at her annual meeting, and we didn't have the annual meeting. So we appointed her, and that appointment will stand until the annual meeting, and then the members will have to either elect her or somebody in her place.
So Dr. King, what is the qualification, aside from the membership, to become a board member? What is it that a person has to bring to the table to be a good board member at the SPCA?
Through you, Your Worship, we don't have any specific criteria. The person obviously has to have an interest in animal welfare, specifically cats and dogs, since that's what we deal with mostly. Our treasurer brings bookkeeping skills. We've got a lady with accounting skills. We have a lady that was a former manager at a credit union in town, or at least in the peninsula. I'm not sure exactly which branch she was at. We've got a businesswoman. We've got Councillor Lubberts, and myself as a veterinarian. Help me here through you, Your Worship. Councillor Lubberts, have I missed anybody?
Yes, Julie, she has horses.
Yeah, she's the former credit union manager.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, she also has horses.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just end it now, Your Worship, with, so let's say the Councillor Lubberts wasn't a councillor and he was just an electrician. Would that qualify him to be on the board?
Through you, Your Worship, yes. Former Councillor Lockwood resigned when she no longer ran for council. She ran to be on our board and subsequently served as president for a short time. So yes, if if they've got skills and they're interested in the due diligence that's required of a board member, attending meetings and helping formulate policy, yes.
Thank you. That's it, Your Worship, for me.
Okay, Councillor Lubberts, if it's absolutely necessary, it's now 9:15. We're hardly through
just a quick comment on what your qualifications are.
You don't, no. You don't need to qualify. You don't need to comment on that. This is an opportunity for councillors to question Dr. King, and he's already indicated there are no specific qualifications required. So let's move on.
Dr. King, do you know what the qualifications are to be a councillor?
Councillor Lubberts, that's out of order.
Yeah,
okay.
Is
there anyone that has?
There isn't any.
Is there anyone that has? No, you have to be 18, you have to be a Canadian, and you have to reside or own property in the municipality in which you live. That's right.
It's okay. We got our point across.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. King, for coming out this evening and answering all these questions. That then takes us to the next delegation. Mr. Davis, if you'd be good enough to bring in Robert Long, please. Good evening, Mr. Long.
Good evening.
You're here in response to a request for you to attend to respond to any questions which councillors may have with respect to your request regarding 477 Ridge Road North. Do you have any comments you want to make before members of council ask you any questions they may have?
So I purchased this property 2005, I think. The intention was to do a full restoration on the property. It was already designated heritage. I kind of jumped in and started to pull things apart. The original owner had done the owner who had originally put the designation on had done a bunch of things which were really not consistent with the original intention. Anyway, things were much worse. I had some financial issues and things kind of got put on hold, and it's sat basically empty for a number of years. And yes, there has definitely been some problems. The town stepped in, I guess it's probably a year ago, and had an evaluation done with an engineering firm, and it was deemed to be quite extensively in need of repairs. I continued with my intention on restoring this property, but spoke to a contractor who said basically it needs to be pulled apart and reassembled. So it's I don't think it's feasible. Anyway, I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any members of council that have any questions? I have Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, to Mr. Long. Mr. Long, there's there's things that are missing from the building that were that had that some of the heritage features, like the ceiling. I think it was aluminum ceiling and things like and other things. They're not there anymore. Do you know what happened?
I'm sorry, but they are still there. Everything is there.
Everything's there? Okay.
Nothing has been removed. Yeah.
I thought some things were removed.
No.
So the heritage features are still there, but
I can assure you that there's very little of any heritage value. The ceiling, the metal ceiling is all corroded quite badly, and it was corroded at the time when I bought it. It was a bit of a lark on my part and not well thought through.
okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? So Mr. Long, what is it you do for a living?
I'm a social worker, actually.
And where is it that you reside?
I reside in Port Colborne.
Have you spent any money on the property since you acquired it in 2006?
I have probably $30,000.
When was the last time that you would have spent money on the property?
I'm guessing 4 or 5 years ago.
So you've indicated that the tin roofing is still on site?
Sorry, it's a ceiling in one room, and yes, it's still there. Yes.
Where is it located in the building?
In the north room, it's not in the room in the original structure. It's in the next. I think there was probably been 2 different additions on, and it's in the room immediately behind the original structure on the north side.
And the wide floor planking?
That's all been pulled up in order because structurally underneath it was so terrible. It's pulled up. It's stacked neatly on the porch.
An interior porch?
Exterior porch.
Why would you stack it on an exterior porch?
It's covered.
I see. And the banister and the staircase banister and railings, where are they?
They're still there. I mean, with all due respect, really nothing is in great condition. And I'm not convinced that even those things were original to the building. But I'm happy to entertain if anyone would care to salvage those. That's fine with me.
Well, my understanding is that you've been approached by someone interested in acquiring the property. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And have you responded?
I have not.
Why is that?
I was waiting to see what would happen here. I've actually been approached by a couple of people.
Well, it's interesting because, Mr. Long, you had difficulty communicating with the municipality from June of 2019 when an order was issued with respect to the property until I think January of 2020. Was there
That's correct.
Was there some reason you wouldn't communicate with the municipality?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
It was not intentional. My wife was diagnosed with a brain tumor, and I was undergoing investigation for pancreatic, serious pancreatic condition, potentially pancreatic cancer.
I'm sorry to hear that on both counts.
Thank you.
You eventually did communicate with the town in January, and then there was another lapse in time until I think June of this year.
Yes, correct.
And when did you come to the conclusion that you wanted to demolish the property?
In June. I mean, June was so COVID caused me a great deal of grief with my job. My responsibilities were increased significantly. And, but in June, I did communicate with Mr. Bridgman regarding I was really wanting to restore this property, and it did take me a while to kind of come to that conclusion. So I communicated with him in June, and I prepared, I even spoke with a contractor. I had money set aside, and I was told that it was just procedural now because the building inspector recommended demolition. I was just waiting to hear. I was prepared to act. And I only got notice that I needed to attend a meeting in third week of October, I believe.
Yeah, okay, that's quite interesting, and I can appreciate the predicament that you're in right now. Was there any merit to the suggestion that part of your plan was to sever part of this parcel of land into two parcels?
I made that when I sat down with the building inspector and Mr. Bridgman, when they were recommending demolition, I discussed what are my options then for to recover some of my cost on this property.
So you're suggesting that didn't come into your mind until 2020 when you were discussing this with town staff?
It had occurred to me, but that's the first I really had considered it, yes.
When had it first occurred to you?
Sorry, when did it first occur to me?
Yes, you said it occurred to you.
Oh, it had occurred to me. I think someone had approached me with an offer to sever off a piece and build on it, but I didn't follow up on that. It was a friend of a friend.
Do you recall when that was?
That was probably 3 or 4 years ago.
And between the time you acquired the property, 2006, and 4 to 5 years ago, what work did you actually do on the property?
I did so in the rear area, not in the original structure. I was trying to bring it up to habitable. I did new flooring. I put a new kitchen in, had some electrical work done, and fairly extensive drywall, but I didn't do the roof. And unfortunately, the storm of last year tore some shingles off and damaged some of that work.
And so up until the storm, I'm presuming you're talking about the Halloween storm last year,
Yes,
until
sir.
then, the roof wasn't leaking?
Yes, it was not leaking.
And you said that these renovations that you did were the back of the building, one of the additions?
Yeah, there's, as far as I can tell, there's probably was 2 additions to this building at the back. It was in everything beyond everything behind the original structure is what I was working on.
I see. And I guess from
Sorry,
your perspective.
let me just qualify one thing. So I am a social worker, but in my previous life, I was a renovation contractor. So I do have some working knowledge of, but not extensive.
I see. So I hope you can appreciate the concern that the council has with respect to this particular property, which is the birthplace of a prominent Fort Erie resident,
Yes.
native son. And I hope you can appreciate why we're reluctant, at least I'm particularly reluctant, to allow a natural heritage location to simply deteriorate and be demolished.
I can certainly appreciate that. And this was definitely not my intention. Okay, I had purchased this after a trip to Europe and was absolutely impressed with the restoration projects that I saw there. And I was really hoping to make a go of this. And to be honest, I was not aware of the structural, particularly the masonry problems. I had just not I have no experience with masonry. And I was fully unaware that that was in that bad of condition, particularly at the front of the building. So that's unfortunate. Yeah.
You made a previous statement when I asked you about being approached by others to acquire this property, that you were waiting to see what happened with respect to this report. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that if your request for demolition is denied, I suppose that is a boost for you to see if you can sell the property. Is that what you're saying?
To be honest, I've made no thoughts to that degree. It was a real estate agent that approached me, and I'm unclear of what the. I'm sorry, I didn't follow up on that. I didn't even respond. Right. I assumed that it was potentially someone looking for developable land or something.
Well, the information that I received, which I'm sure is the information that you received from the same person, was it's someone who's interested in trying to restore this building. So that being the case, I think I'd be interested to see whether there's an opportunity for that before I would be concluding that the property should be demolished. Any reason why you wouldn't want to contact this individual to at least flesh out what is being proposed?
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. She indicated to me that she had the information from observing the minutes of the meeting of the council situation. So you clearly have more information than I do as to what her potentially intention might be.
Well, it would be the same. I'm sure it's the same individual, and she's also had access to the report that was put before council, as well as the minutes. And yeah, I'm sure it's the same person. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I mean, it was the recommendation of the building inspector that really caught me by surprise, that was their opinion.
Right, and I think that's the building department's view. I don't think it's the Heritage Committee's view, the town's Heritage Committee's view. But in any event, you appear to be someone who's was interested in the historic value of this property, and I'm sure that that speaks to your essential interest in the preservation of architecture.
Yes.
I appreciate your coming forth this evening, Mr. Long. And if there are there any other questions by members of council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Mr. Long, thank you very much for coming this evening. When did you purchase the property again?
I believe 2006.
2006, and it was designated heritage at that time as well, right?
It was, I believe, 1999.
And your intentions were to restore it back to its original heritage?
Yes.
But that never happened.
No, primarily because of financial reasons.
Were you involved in heritage properties before when you were a contractor?
None.
You don't have any heritage experience?
I do not.
And you say that all of the heritage features are still there?
Correct.
But in your opinion, they're not worth anything?
Well, that's my opinion. That's my uneducated opinion, but I'm happy to
yeah. Did you consult with anybody that's got heritage experience? Knowledge of heritage buildings?
No, not directly.
No? Okay, thank you.
Any other councillors? Thank you very much, Mr. Long. We'll be addressing your report later on this evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis, that then takes us to Rick Brady. I'm sure it's not the same Rick Brady that we all know and love. Or maybe it is. Let's see.
Good evening.
It is. It's Mr. Brady.
It is I.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
So you know the routine. We give you 10 minutes and you give us your spiel.
I've sat through the evening so far with all of you, and I will not need 10 minutes. I will be brief.
Perfect.
Each of you who received, Mayor and Town Council and senior staff, each of you received a memo from me, and I'm going to go over some of the high points of that memo and explain what the request is. So this deals with a property that's on the Niagara Parkway. In fact, it deals with 6 properties that's on the Niagara Parkway. And these lands were severed for estate lots some time ago. And in the process, there's been work done in terms of a service road that the Niagara Parks Commission asked for. And it was recognized recently that there is an EC overlay on the lots, and that there's a need for that to be removed so that the residential development can occur of the 6 estate lots. It's located at 3245 Niagara Road Parkway. So when I was consulted on this matter, I went out and walked about the lots and decided that it was probably best that we have an ecological assessment prepared for the lots. So it was done, and that was submitted with the application to remove the EC layer back on August 25th of this year, 2020. That ecological assessment identified that there are no species of any significance on the lots, and there's certainly no species at risk on the lots. That material was provided to the Environmental Advisory Committee, as well as information on the configuration of the lots. When EAC reviewed the application, they requested some further information. A member of the committee identified that there's the possibility of, and I will mispronounce the name of this warbler, prothonotary. Am I correct, Mayor Redekop?
Well, it's either that or prothonotary, but I think it's prothonotary. We'll go with yours.
A rather rare warbler. And it was suggested by that EAC member that there was habitat on lands either adjacent to the lots or perhaps the lots themselves. So the information that EAC requested was provided to them almost immediately after it was requested, and they were to review it at a recent meeting, which I believe was November 10th. So the information was received. The information clearly showed that the warbler has not been seen within 2 kilometers of the site based on provincial information, and our biologists could not find any reference to the warbler on or near this property other than the one that was mentioned by this one EAC member. The other information that was provided to them dealt with some setback information that they requested. So as a part of the EAC minutes that are on your agenda this evening, there is a reference to the fact that this information is still outstanding. I can tell you that that's not the case. That information has been provided. It's now been nearly 3 months since the submission of the application, and EAC has not provided any resolution to remove the layer in part or in total. EAC was asked to comment when the severances were originally put in place, and they chose not to comment at that time. So while all the information actually far more information that was normally provided to have an EC layer removed has been provided, we still await an answer, and therefore I'm asking the Town Council if you would, as a part of reviewing the EAC minutes this evening, approve a resolution calling for the removal of the EC layer on the 6 lots at 3245 Niagara Parkway as a result of the application and the information that had been provided, and that would allow those lots to be developed and building permits to be issued for the 6 lots. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brady. Do you have anything that would indicate where the EC overlay is on these 6 particular lots?
Basically, it covers the whole of the 6 lots. In fact,
Yeah.
when the service road was created on the front for the Niagara Parks Commission, there had to be a strip of land removed at that time from the EC overlay.
Right. The EC overlay there would have been over something that maybe had the odd tree, but basically clear. The lots that you're talking about are essentially shrub and bush, I believe.
Yes, that's fair. That's true, and that's what. And when I went out and looked at the lots, that's why I decided that it was best to get a biologist to take a look at them as part of the application.
Right. And just for your information, the prothonotary warbler has been in my backyard, which is about 3.5 kilometers from this parcel, so it's someplace. I don't know if it's there, but it's maybe it's in my backyard, living in the old willow tree with the holes in it.
Or it can work happily with this in an estate lot situation.
Yeah. Of course. Do any members of council have any questions of Mr. Brady? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Mr. Brady, thank you very much. I'm just looking at the minutes here, and at the Environmental Advisory Committee meeting, what was said there was the environmental impact assessment that was submitted was only a vegetation assessment that did not include review of habitat. So are you saying that all that information has been provided now, the habitat review?
What has been provided was a specific reference to that warbler to determine whether that habitat was provided for on the site and whether or not there have been any observations of the warbler on the site or within the site. And the conclusion that was provided at that time by the biologist that did the assessment was that there have not been any sightings of this particular warbler within 2 kilometers of the site based on scientific evidence.
So, but there hasn't been any other review of any other habitat, just the warbler, right?
The warbler was the only species that was requested for further information based on one comment by a NEAC member.
Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, I don't think EAC was saying that they wanted just the warbler. They were concerned that other habitat wasn't included in the assessment. The environmental assessment didn't include reviewing habitat, and a member of EAC commented that there is some concern that the warbler might be there, right? And so EAC has decided that they need more information. Now, based on what you've received, has that been provided to EAC?
Information has been provided to EAC based on the request that was given to us and based on what is in the minutes of the that's on your agenda this evening.
So your biologist.
I wasn't at the meeting of EAC, so I have no idea if there was some further discussion other than that which is in the minutes.
No, but you're saying that you had a biologist in there looking at the warbler and see if it had habitat there. Has that information been passed on to EAC?
That was passed on to EAC approximately a month ago.
Just if I might, Mr. Brady, you're referring to the October the 28th, 2020 letter from Ian Barrett of Colville Consulting?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, okay, thank you. No, I just wanted to make the comment that there was more, it wasn't just the warbler. The fact that the natural or the report didn't include reviewing habitat, any habitat, but the warbler got brought up in the meeting, and so I don't know that we can just specifically tie it to the warbler. Thank you, Mayor Redekop.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Mr. Brady. I believe that one of the councillors wants to deal with this later on. So it'll come up under new business.
Thank you.
That takes us to our final delegation, Gianluca Cardoni. And Mr. Davis, could you bring him in, please?
Hi there. Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Cardoni. Are you going to be putting on your camera or are you on the phone?
I'm on the phone actually, so we can leave the camera on, I guess.
Yep, we can hear you.
Perfect. So first things first, thank you, Mayor Redekop and Council for giving me the opportunity to speak. So as I'm sure you are aware, I'm here to appeal the decision made on PDS 53-2020, also known as the sale of 0 Catherine Street to the Niagara Region. So our company owns the abutting property to 0 Catherine Street. That would be 269 Niagara Boulevard here in Fort Erie. When I read through the report that they've been generating over the last year and a half, it said that 0 Catherine Street had limited marketability. Obviously, when there's more than one party available to purchase the property, your marketability is not limited. So it was marketable to us as well as the region. It was never brought to our attention, or else we would have definitely jumped on it, especially once we found out the appraisal value was about $5,400. We are now aware that the region has gone ahead and purchased 263 Niagara Boulevard. So right now the property 0 Catherine Street is essentially dividing the pump house and 263. So it's almost, they went ahead and purchased 263, almost assuming that they were going to get 0 Catherine Street, which technically isn't fair. We know how much they paid for it. They wouldn't be able to merge the properties unless they're able to get 0 Catherine Street from the city here of Fort Erie. One of the reasons we never pursued 263, because it was on the market for a decent amount of time, the price that it was listed at was astronomically overvalued. It didn't make sense for us, which is why we never made an attempt at it. So long story short, our goal is to redevelop 269 Niagara Boulevard. We're currently zoned RM2. Our property is about 1.3 acres. So we are able to build a 9-story apartment building. Acquiring a 0 Catherine Street would help ensure that there's ample space when this development takes place. And then financially speaking, removing the property at 0 Catherine Street as well as 263 Niagara Boulevard from the tax base really only hurts the town. I mean, you'd be losing, approximately $10,000 a year in taxes, give or take. And we are willing to negotiate with the region based on the properties that they've purchased, and now with 0 Catherine Street to find maybe an agreement that works for both of us, as we both, have interests in those properties. And then in the end, I mean, I read through the report and I understand they want to do an adjustment to the pump house, or the pump station, sorry. But at the end of the day, a pump station on the most prestigious property essentially in Fort Erie, because Niagara Boulevard is probably the most beautiful, prestigious property in Fort Erie, doesn't really make sense. I mean, like I said, there are lots of properties that are zoned for these beautiful apartment buildings, and putting this, huge pump station on a prime corner just doesn't make sense. It'd probably be damaging for future developments and definitely make the area less appealing. Feel free to ask any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Cardoni. I usually get to ask that. Is there anyone who has any questions of Mr. Cardoni? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I'm just curious, Mr. Cardoni, did Did the municipality reach out to you to discuss a possible purchase, or that this was going to be, essentially put up for sale? Did they reach out to you at any time? I wanted to clarify that.
No, nothing was ever brought to our attention. And honestly, the reason we came about it is, I mean, we do some investing in Fort Erie. We have other properties, and we were reading through the agenda for a few weeks ago, and we noticed one of the things coming up. As soon as we see Catherine Street, we're like, oh, well, we might have interest in it because it's right next to us. And we went from there. And that's when we noticed that the report was done, I think it's in June 2019. So, better half of 18 months, and we were never made aware.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'll be speaking to this later this evening when it comes up for bylaw. Thank you very much.
Any other members of council have any questions? So, Mr. Cardoni, where would a pumping station be located if it's not going to be expanded where there currently is a pumping station?
Well, I mean, my thought process is majority of that area is already developed. There isn't too much vacant land there. So I'm not sure that making that pumping station larger would necessarily make that much of a difference in that area. I mean, obviously, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm no expert on when it comes to how pumping stations work, but it just, doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I guess with all due respect, if you don't know anything about it, I suppose it wouldn't make any sense, but that isn't the point. So your prime concern for this specific parcel would be parking, because we don't know yet whether you can acquire 263. You said at the time it was on the market, it was an exorbitant price. I don't know what the region paid. You said Did they pay an exorbitant price?
The region paid approximately $350,000 earlier this year.
That was more than what you were prepared to pay?
Yeah, well, I mean, that piece of property, 263, is approximately less than a quarter of an acre. That would be valuing 1 acre properties at $1.3 million, which they just don't go for. It just doesn't.
I think your proposition to us is that you would try to buy that parcel from the region, attach it to the parcel that the town is trying to sell, and attach that to your current holdings. I think that's what you were driving at, was it not?
Exactly.
So you'd have to pay, I mean, you're not thinking that the region's going to sell it to you for less than they paid for it.
No, and I mean, we wouldn't necessarily be going after the entirety of 263. I mean, we'd be willing to negotiate with them for a portion of it that does abut to our property.
And you would use that for parking?
Yeah, it could be used to increase parking, to ensure there's ample space when we do the redevelopment as well.
And you've mentioned a 9-story building, which I believe would require a zoning amendment?
I believe so. I mean, as far as we know, our property is zoned RM2, which does allow us to build up to 9 stories. And we do have sorry, continue.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you very much. Any other members of council? If not, then that completes the delegations, and I think we're going to take another 5-minute break. It's 9:51. Madam Clerk, what is the time for curfew unless we extend?
The hour of adjournment, Your Worship, is 10 p.m.
Okay, so before we adjourn, does someone want to move that we extend the hour? And Councillor McDermott, seconded by Councillor Butler. And how long are you proposing that we extend this for? You have to unmute. You have to unmute. You have to unmute, Councillor McDermott.
Well, I say we got a good half hour ahead of us.
All right, so you're saying
let's say 45 minutes.
So that would be, why don't we just make it a round number? Let's say 11 o'clock.
You had to go there, eh?
Well, it's 9:52 right now. 45 minutes. 45 minutes gets us to 22. So let's say, is that agreeable, Councillor Butler? All right. All those in favor of continuing to 11 o'clock? Councillor Zanko, I see you got your hand up there. Okay, so that's carried. So we're going to take a break until 9:58. So we're missing a couple of councillors. So Councillor McDermott, we'll wait till Councillor Butler gets back here, but you have the resolution for the consent agenda, and we have 3 items that need to be dealt with separately. Items 10.2.2A, that's Councillor Dubanow, and then 10.2.2 E and G.
E and G?
E and G, that's Councillor Butler. And A is Councillor Dubanow. So we can do the whole agenda except those 3, and then you can deal with A, and then you can deal with E and G together after.
So 10.2 is Councillor Dubanow?
10.2.2A is Councillor Dubanow.
Yep.
And E and G is Councillor Butler. So we're back in session now, so if you would like to read the motion with respect to the consent agenda items, except those 3 items. Sorry, Councillor Dubanow, did I miss something?
Yeah, Your Worship. Correct me. It's been a long night. If we wanted items removed from the consent agenda to be dealt with separately, would we now? Okay.
Yep.
I did want to deal with G separately, so we've already separated that for Councillor Butler, and I'd also like to separate F, the City of Port Colborne memo or resolution regarding the aquifer. I'd like to separate that too, please.
Okay, so Councillor McDermott, A, E, F, and G we'll deal with separately.
A, E, F, and J.
Yes, G. Is there anyone else that wishes any items removed from the consent agenda? If not, then Councillor McDermott, please proceed.
Just 1 second, Your Worship. I want to make sure I have this right. So it's A.
Yep.
And A and F.
A, so it's 10.2.2. A, E, F, G.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler, that council approves the consent agenda items as recommended, with the exception of A, E, F, and G.
10.2.2.
And 0.2.2.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the items in the consent agenda package as amended? Councillor Lubberts and then Councillor Noyes. Councillor Lubberts, you're up.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. We're dealing with the EAC minutes.
Yes.
Just a question. I see the chief's not here, so maybe I could direct my question to Mr. Cookett. In the EAC minutes, the committee also requested that for the new fire hall in Crystal Beach, that they use the landscape plan that was used by the developer on the corner of Schooley Road and Mitchener Roads. And I'm just wondering if the chief had saw that and if he was in agreement with making sure that we used native species like that developer did.
Mr. Cookett, do you have knowledge of that?
To you, Your Worship, to the councillor. I'm not sure. I'll check with the chief. I'll see him tomorrow morning. I'll have a chat with him. I don't believe he's aware of that, but I don't think he'll have an issue with utilizing those native species.
Yeah, well, at the meeting, and we've discussed it at a few meetings with EAC, that specific developer, EAC was very pleased with the plan that they had put together and the fact that they used native species in their vegetation and things. So that's why they specifically recommended that development and that developer. So if the chief can look at that report when that report came out and review it and kind of use those guidelines.
I will follow up.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I wanted to touch base on item D, which is the Township of Ashfield Norwood request Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, Minister of Agriculture and Agro-Food to enact legislation to support local governance with land use management and enforcement issues regarding Bill 45, which is the Cannabis Act. And I don't know if council is aware, and I think Ms. Stolch at some point is going to respond to a request that I had a while ago in regards to what happened here in Ward 6 with an illegal cannabis operation here on Winger Road and Eagle, around that area, is that there was an illegal cannabis operation. Someone had brought it to my attention, and they don't want me to say who it was, but it was somebody who lived locally, and they were worried about their family and everything else. They thought they knew what was going on there, and they were correct. And so some time had passed, but again, there was a law, and Niagara Regional Police were called, and they did go to the site. And on the site was a trailer with a number of immigrants living in there who were the workers for the illegal cannabis operation. My understanding that there was no running water, there was no real toilet facilities, there was some kind of a electrical hookup along to a generator that would have caused a serious fire concern, and the fire services were involved, the police were involved. The other thing that was found was firearms, and this was within less than, I would say, a half a mile of houses. So my concern is that there is illegal cannabis operations going on in our town, and if I'm correct on it, I've heard that there's 5 additional ones. Now, that was not the time. They've probably all harvested and they may be gone now, but they'll be back. And I think in discussing it, when I bring it to staff's attention, the problem is that we really don't know which ones are licensed, which ones aren't licensed, and how much they're allowed to grow. So what this particular bylaw, what this particular resolution does, is that it does try to enforce the regulations under the Cannabis Act, and it really makes sure that the local municipalities are notified of the licensing and much more communication between what's being grown there legally, and knowing that if it's not legal, then we know it's illegal, and the steps that we need to take. And I guess that having said that, that then brings us to the next one, which is E, which is the Niagara.
So let me just stop you there for a moment, Councillor Noyes. Councillor Butler, was 10.2.2D also an item that you wanted to declare a pecuniary interest in? Because it relates to cannabis and the Cannabis Act.
Yeah, it's vague here because it is talking about, as Councillor Noyes rightly says, the legal aspect of it, but maybe just to be safe, I should say yes.
Okay, so then we're going to vote on that one differently, and E isn't in the package yet, Councillor Noyes.
Okay, so then I wanted to touch base on E, which is also about cannabis.
It's not before us yet. It's not part of the package. It's been removed from the package.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Are there any questions or comments with respect to the items that remain within the package? If not, all those in favor of the recommendations? None opposed, that is carried. So Councillor McDermott, could you read a resolution that council approve item 10.2.2A of the consent agenda? please.
Yes, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler, that council approves the consent agenda items as recommended. 10.22A.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments with respect to that? Those are the minutes of the SPCA meeting of October 21st. If there are none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. And then Councillor McDermott, if you would, we'll next do 10.2.2D. We'll vote on that separately.
D?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, actually, you've already moved it. Sorry, you've already moved it, so that we can simply vote on 10.2.2D. Were there any further questions or comments to those raised by Councillor Noyes? If not, all those in favor of that item? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Butler was the seconder and she has a conflict on this one.
Okay, so Councillor Zanko, could you take a second on the next one then?
So what we'll do, let's just, yes, so we'll roll, since Councillor Butler declared a conflict with respect to 10.2.2D, we'll have to move that all over. So Councillor Zanko, you're going to be seconding that? And you'll second E and G as well when we get there?
That's correct, Marina.
Okay, so does anybody want to deal with D, E, and G separately? Councillor Dubanow? Is there a reason we need to deal with these separately?
Yeah, just for the sake of expediency, I'd be willing to. Well, no, we've already removed.
You can speak to them unless you're planning on voting.
No, I'd like to actually perhaps move an amendment on G. F is because of the nature of it. There's some other things that I wanted to speak to and call on that. But G, I wanted to move an amendment to and speak to it.
Okay, that's fine. So Councillor McDermott, 10.2.2D, please.
That's next? Okay.
Yes.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Zanko. That council approves the consent items as recommended, 10.22D.
Are there any further questions or comments on that item? If not, all those in favor of the recommendation? None opposed, that is carried. Then Councillor McDermott, if you would move 10.2.2E, please.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Zanko. That council approves the consent agenda items as recommended, 10.22E.
Are there questions or comments? Councillor Noyes, you wanted to speak to that?
Yes, Mayor Redekop. Again, the police services, Niagara Regional Police really does emphasize that we need a lot more enforcement, a lot more control, and a lot more information, because the whole purpose of, I think the rest of us can recall, back in 2019, the whole purpose of legalizing cannabis was to get rid of the illegal cannabis. And it seems to it's had the opposite effect, at least in our municipality. We're actually having more illegal cannabis than we ever did before now that it's legalized. And I don't think the police have enough dollars to do the enforcement that was required. And I don't think they get enough information from the levels of government that they need to enforce it. So I'm very much in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of the recommendation? None opposed, that is carried. Then that takes us to 10.2.2 F. Sorry, let's do G. We'll do G next.
You want to do G next?
Yes.
Okay. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Zanko. The council approves the consent agenda item as recommended, 10.22G.
And are there any questions or comments with respect to that? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. just reading over the actual correspondence we received from the city of Hamilton regarding this. And I want everyone to understand, I actually completely agree with what Councillor Noyes was saying about the illegal cannabis operations. We certainly don't want to see those in our community. You know, they've caused issues in our neighborhoods and have been a nuisance. We want to encourage the legal aspect where we actually can control and mitigate those concerns. So with regard to what Hamilton is asking for is they're asking for essentially legal cannabis storefronts for the province to set up, you know, radiuses where you can only have so many in a certain area. And, you know, that might sound fine, but there could be specific areas of a municipality where it makes more sense to have more of them or other things like that. But my biggest concern as part of the correspondence, and you have to bear with me here because I didn't read it over, or I did read it over, I didn't highlight it. There was a mention in there about, yes, the City of Hamilton appreciates that the AGCO conducts a background search prior to approving any licensee is. However, the lack of separation between locations poses a community safety issue. I completely disagree with that. These are legal operations. They are heavily regulated by the province. I'm taking issue with the idea of them not being safe and that they can cause community safety issues. It's 2020. It's not 1984 anymore. This stigma needs to stop. So what I'd like to do is I would like to move that we receive the correspondence and just leave it at that and not include the provision to support it as well.
Okay, so you're moving an amendment to the tagline. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Zanko is prepared to second that. So that's on the floor then. So instead of receiving and supporting item 10.2.2G, it would simply be receive. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. And I don't have it right in front of me, but is it not also in regards to the 150 meters for a retail store towards schools and everything else? It's not just like one store being close to another. It's also the distance from schools.
It's not. That's not what the correspondence says. This is about radial separation between multiple locations.
I know that, but I also thought it had something about schools.
I think it's just referring to the clustering of stores. And so it's requesting that there be some type of spatial separation.
Okay, I read it somewhere, but I don't have it in front of me. I'm actually agree with Hamilton. I think if you have too many of the cannabis stores door to door, I don't think it's going to be good for the neighborhood. So I wouldn't support the amendment. I think it's important that it be controlled, and to say it has such great law enforcement, well, it doesn't. That's the problem. And there's all kinds of examples here in regards to the growing it. So if there's problems with growing it, I'm sure there's problems with selling it.
I apologize, Your Worship.
Beg your pardon?
I interrupted and I was out of order, so I apologized. I wanted to address Councillor Noyes' concern, but I was out of order, so I apologize.
It's good. You were out of order, and I appreciate you self declaring so. We'll let Councillor Noyes finish, and then if you want to pipe back in, Councillor Dubanow, you may.
I do understand that this is legal operations and we're trying to compare it to illegal operations. The problem is that they're not enforcing the illegal. So they're not really, you know, even though they say you can do A, but you can't do B. Well, there's so many people doing A, they're not worried about B anymore. So B gets carried into that. So I don't know if anybody can follow my analogy. I'm having trouble myself following it. But I think the 300-meter separation is a good thing.
Okay. Any other members of council wish to speak to this before I go back to Councillor Dubanow? Okay, I'm going to go back to Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that. Just to clarify, we are talking about retail storefronts. We are not talking about commercial grow operations, be they illegal or legal. We are talking about, for example, the cannabis supply company on the boulevard, Paradise Cannabis, which is opening up on Garrison Road. We're talking about storefronts, which are heavily regulated by the province. I don't understand this idea of not regulated. I think we're confusing the issue of production versus retail sales. And when it comes down to it, there could be another municipality that perhaps has an entertainment district, could be called Victoria Avenue or something like that, I don't know, where they may want to actually have these stores as a tourist attraction or something like that. I have a little bit of a concern when this is supposed to, the province is supposed to have moved to a free market model where we're no longer having OCS and we're actually having individual retailers. I'm a little concerned that we're going to now start meddling and saying, okay, well, it's a free market, but. I get it. That, you know, obviously you don't want 20 stores in a town with 500 people, but the market will determine whether one store survives or two. I think we're getting way too convoluted between the issue here of production and the issue of retail sales. And when it comes down to it, I have a significant issue with the idea that the retail stores contribute to a lack of community safety. I believe that that is predicated upon stigma that is rooted in years and years past. It is now 2020. We need to move past this attitude if this is going to work. And that's why I'm not prepared to support this. If council decides that they want to support this, is fine. I will not vote for it. I just want everyone to be aware that we're talking retail storefronts, which are licensed by the province. We are not talking about production. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dubanow. I don't know that the City of Hamilton Council is known for being puritanical, but your comments are well taken. Anyone else wish to address the amendment to item 10.2.2G? If not, I'll call the question. Sorry, Councillor Noyes. Go ahead. You have to unmute yourself.
What Hamilton is talking about is their own city and a particular area in their city where there are 12 potential locations within 50 meters or less of each other. And they're saying, we don't like this. We wish there was some separation. And I would agree with them. I don't know if Fort Erie would want 12 stores within 50 meters of each other. I don't think we would. So I'm not supporting this.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to call the motion on the amendment, which is to receive only. All those in favor? Opposed? That is defeated. So we're back to receive and support. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor McDermott, back to you then for item 10.2.2F, which is the Port Colborne Aquifer.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Zanko. That number 10.2.2F. Council approves the consent agenda items as recommended.
Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow, is it your hand up?
Yes, it is, Your Worship. Thank you.
Yep, no, go ahead.
It's getting late. So I'll try and keep this brief. The resolution that Port Colborne passed, for anyone who hasn't actually read out in the community, that council recognizes that the aquifer as identified in Schedule B3 of the official plan as source, or sorry, the council recognizes the aquifer as identified in Schedule B3 of the official plan as a source water for rural residents of the city. And then it goes on to say that they're actually going to work on the steps necessary to put that process in place. I am fully supportive of this. I recall, and it feels like a lifetime ago by now, the resolution that we passed here echoing a similar sentiment, and with the number of wells that rely on that aquifer in Fort Erie, I think it goes without saying that we should pursue a similar avenue to Port Colborne. So I'll be following this very, very closely. I will be speaking with staff about this to see what we can do. There was another reason why I did this, but for the sake of expediency, I think I know how everything's going to go when we call the vote. So I'll just leave it at that, Your Worship, and hopefully we get out of here before 11.
The world loves an optimist, Councillor Dubanow. Okay, any other questions or comments? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. If I'm reading this further, they're also asking for the town of Fort Erie that we be notified of the city's action and be requested to pursue similar updates to their municipal planning documents. And I'm wondering if our director of planner has looked into that, or if is that what they're asking?
That's what they're asking. Yeah, that's what they're asking, Councillor Lubberts, and I think that would be the subject of a notice of motion, or could be the subject of a notice of motion, that staff give us advice on including in our official plan the identification of this aquifer as source water.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments with respect to item 10.2.2F? If not, my only question is, could we get similar updates with respect to what their status of this aquifer? Mr. Walsh, is that something that we would ordinarily obtain?
I can touch base with Port Colborne again and see where they are. They were, last time I spoke with them, they were waiting for comments back from the various review ministries.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And I know you've kept us up to date as things have developed on this in the past. I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor of item 10.2.2F? None opposed. That is carried. So that takes us then to reports, and the first item on the agenda is report PDS 39-2020, which was previously moved. This is the one relative to 477 Ridge Road North. Is anyone interested in moving that we defer this for 2 months to allow Mr. Long an opportunity to speak to the party that expressed an interest in buying this property, to see whether something might be worked out there? I think he also said someone else had approached him. Councillor Dubanow and
yeah,
Councillor.
Yeah, and if I may, Your Worship, I'm wondering if we perhaps could have the chief building official to also perhaps during that time, during another council meeting, perhaps speak to the condition of the building and the viability of whether it actually can be salvaged. I'd like to perhaps hear a bit more about that. If that's you know, something council is used to.
Yeah, no. So that would be part of your motion to defer.
Yes.
And are you agreeable to that, Councillor Butler? Okay. So the meeting in January, Madam Clerk, would be January the 11th.
Two months.
That's, would it be January the 11th?
January the 11th would be the committee meeting, yes.
Okay. So then it would be to January 11th, 2021. Wow. That's like a space odyssey almost. Okay. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the timing of the deferral to January 11th, 2021, during which time we'll ask the chief building official to give us some advice as to the salvageability of the property? If none, I'll ask the question. All those in favor of the deferral? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to PDS 56-2020. And Councillor Dubanow, you have that resolution.
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler, that PDS 56-2020, a proposed zoning bylaw amendment, 0 Burley Road North, Roman Catholic Episcopal Corporation of St. Catherine's owner, and Alexis Bonfi applicant, that council receives, that council receives for information purposes report number PDS 56-2020 regarding a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 0 Burley Road North.
Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm not going to support this. I think that the house that they're planning on is too big. And again, I think we have to look at affordable housing, and if we keep trying to put big houses on little lots, there's not going to be any little lots left for smaller houses and more affordable houses. I don't think it's the right fit for the neighborhood, and in addition, the person who's planning on building, I have problems when she kind of says, well, you know, if you want me to build a bungalow, I can build a bungalow. Like I don't know how really she's bought into this particular property and what her plans were. She seems to be pretty changeable in her ideas. And so I do think it's an appropriate, would like to see the lot develop, but I would like to see a smaller home on it and a more affordable. And this is not the only lot in this area. There's several like this, that if we say yes to one, we're going to have to say yes to the other. And they are asking for, I think, 4 or 5 variances, which I do think will, be uncomfortable for the neighbors that are going to have to live with the variances. And the closeness of the driveway to Jewel and Burley can be a pretty busy road at times, particularly certain times of the year, that I just don't agree that that's going to be safe. So I'm not going to support this.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the recommendation? Opposed? Sorry, in favor. Okay. I've got it. Okay, I'm going to do this again because I'm confusing everyone. All those in favor of the recommendation? Okay, opposed? That is defeated. So this is defeated. If I might, Ms. Dolch, where does this go now? Because we had previously turned down a zoning request on another property, and that doesn't end the application. It just says that we're not permitting this to move forward. So is there something else that council needs to do at this stage, or do we let it go back to the applicant that we're not going to approve this particular plan? She'd have to come up with something else. And I tend to agree with Councillor Noyes. We have smaller parcels in town that would be perfect for a small house, which would be affordable. And I guess my only concern would be what would the neighbors say about that. Anyways, Ms. Dolch, comments?
Sure. So the recommendation before you tonight is to accept for information purposes. Obviously, if it's defeated, that just means the report's not accepted for information. That doesn't stop the process per se, but we'll be happy to take back, obviously, your concerns to the applicant to see she's willing to make changes to the application based on the comments she's heard tonight. In the event she would like to proceed through the process, it will come back to council for a final decision so that she can move on through either LPAT or another avenue. And that's the course of action in order to make sure that a decision is rendered on the application. The other ability she has is to appeal to LPAT now without a decision of council under non-decision. But usually you would proceed through the process. You just haven't accepted it for information purposes at this point.
So just as a matter of process, how does staff come back with a report knowing that we've turned this down? What would the nature of another report be?
The nature of the report would be a recommendation on the application that's been submitted under the Planning Act. That's why I asked the question, and maybe the clerk can assist me, because it's clear that no recommendation that deals with a 2-story, 1,350 square foot house on this parcel looks like it's going to get past this council. So why would staff be preparing a report with a recommendation of that nature? Madam Clerk, is there something further that council needs to do or should be contemplating with respect to these matters where we leave them somewhat in limbo?
Yes, Your Worship. I tend to agree with the director. What you have refused was not really a recommendation. It was simply an information report. There was no recommendation being made to approve anything at this point.
Well, the difficulty with that is that it's implicit that if council were to have approved this report and the recommendation, that the next step would be a recommendation report to council with respect to this application and what the essence of the application is, including whatever changes staff might think are appropriate. Unless I'm misreading the nature of this vote, which essentially was 5-2, this council isn't prepared to agree to a 2-story, 1,350 square foot house on this parcel. So I don't know how we can make it clearer. Maybe staff does have it. Maybe they understand that. And maybe we didn't give enough direction to staff. But I would hope that it's clear that if you come back with a recommendation roughly approximating what this applicant has put forth, it's not going to be approved by this council. Mr. Vanderveen, I presume you've been watching and listening. You've got that message. Okay. All right, so let's move on then. That now takes us to report PDS 57, and that is the report regarding the housekeeping amendments. And Councillor Zanko, you have that resolution.
Yes, thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that PDS 57-2020 amendment to the comprehensive zoning bylaw number 129-90 housekeeping amendment that council receives for information report number PDS 57-2020 regarding proposed housekeeping amendments to the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw number 129-90.
Any questions or comments with respect to the report? Councillor Noyes.
I'm just going to repeat again. I'm concerned about the two changes that I mentioned earlier about the patios that don't have roofs on it and other structures that can be put on the thing, limiting the green space from 10% to, which is currently 10% to more, and also the changing of where the driveway entrance at a corner lot can be, I think, 4 meters near an intersection is just not far enough. I'd like it to remain the 7.5, which it currently is.
So, Madam Clerk, this is an information report. If there's a councillor that wants to move an amendment at this stage, I mean, I guess my question is, should a councillor move an amendment at this stage, or should we hope that the recommendation report that comes forward will have captured some of what the councillor's concerns are, at which time an amendment could be moved, if not.
Yes, Your Worship, I totally agree with what you just said. The staff have taken in the comments that were made and would, if they agree with them, they will incorporate them. If they don't, they'll talk about it in the report, but now isn't the time to be amending anything because nothing has been put out as recommendation. It's information that they're considering right now. So that was the purpose of the information report. Recommendations will come forward. And at that time, if what you're looking for isn't there, then you can move the amendment.
Okay, great. Any other questions or comments with respect to this report? If not, all those in favor of the report? Opposed? That is carried. So we're zipping right along to new business inquiries. And Councillor McDermott, you have the next resolution, which relates to the resignation from Community Health and Wellness Committee.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler. The council accepts the resignation of Mary Martin Bayshue, Community at Large member from the Community Health and Wellness Committee, and further, the council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow.
Just a quick comment, losing Mary, not only just from this committee and also Patrick as well, being a member of the library board. They've moved out of town. They're going to be a big loss to this community. They contributed, volunteered, did a lot of work. I'm going to miss them. And I just wanted to mention that it's you know, we'll fill the vacancy, but they'll never truly be replaced.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think your comments are well taken. They were certainly very active in the community, and it's unfortunate they're moving on. If there are any other questions or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the resolution? None opposed, that is carried. And Councillor Butler, you have the next resolution.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that council accepts the resignation of Marge Ott from the Ridgeway Business Improvement Area Board of Management, and further that council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Sorry, Councillor Butler.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. I just wanted to say that Marge Ott is a loss to the RBIA. She was steadfast in her commitment to making sure that the businesses got noticed and keeping up with all the weed pulling in the area. So, thanks.
Right. Yes, she's no longer in the Ridgeway BIA.
No.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to an item, a response to inquiry that arises out of an inquiry made by Councillor Noyes. And who's going to read that into the record? Is that Ms. Dolch? Is this yours?
Yes.
Okay.
So Council and Committee, date November 2nd, 2020, inquiry by Councillor Noyes. Nature of inquiry 7.3C. Councillor Noyes inquired about a further egress to Black Creek, Douglastown. She advised that she understands that the previous council had taken off the possibility of one of the streets coming off Black Creek Road, which was Simpson, and she thinks this is an option which should be considered. Councillor Noyes advised that she would like to have some more background information, and once that's received, she may be making a notice of motion that may be considered as an option. Response: Planning and Development Services staff have compiled the following history of the development at the site of Black Creek Signature Phase 1 development. Black Creek Meadows Draft Plan of Subdivision File Number 35030800068 was approved on June 13, 2005. This draft plan of subdivision included a road connection to Black Creek Road between 3,711 and 3,727. This plan was never finalized. A copy of the draft plan of subdivision is on the next page. A new application for draft plan of subdivision approval was received from 9136916 Canada Limited for the Black Creek Signature Development, report number CDS 93-2015, was presented by planning staff for information purposes at the December 7th, 2015 Council and Committee meeting. The original application proposal showed a road connection to Black Creek Road in the same location. Through the circulation process and the public open house meeting, negative feedback for the road connection to Black Creek Road was received by the public. Copies of written submissions can be found in Appendix 5 of a report number PDS 93-2015. In response to the public feedback, the developer modified the plan to show the road connection to Baker Road instead of Black Creek Road. The road connection to Black Creek Road was replaced with building lots. The version of the plan was presented to council and subsequently approved on July 11, 2016. Council and committee approved the final subdivision agreement with the passing of report number PDS 05-2018, initiating the servicing and road construction for the development. Primary services, which include road construction, water main, sanitary sewers, and stormwater management, was completed as of July 24, 2020. The draft plan of subdivision approval was extended on October 15, 2019 for 2 years. All clearances of the conditions of draft plan approval were received as of October 6, 2020, and final approval has been granted by the town with the signing of the final plan of subdivision on October 14, 2020. The final plan is presently with the lawyers to be registered. Since final approval has been granted for this plan, council's only option to provide a road connection to the subdivision from Black Creek Road would be to attempt to purchase subdivision lots. The town would have to go through an environmental assessment EA process to build the new road in that location.
Thank you, Ms. Dolch. Any questions or comments? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, to Ms. Dolch. I understand the complexity of it and the history of it. I still think that the two developers who first planned to do this subdivision were right in that they had a road leading to Black Creek Road and to Netherby. I don't know if there was any discussion at the time in regards to safety issues of with the increased housing and everything else in this area. I think the closure of Baker Road for that short period of time, but I think it was about 4 weeks, I think really emphasized the need for another exit or entrance into this particular neighborhood. And it's just going to get bigger and the problem's going to get larger. I think the other issue is that although we're seeing this separately, I think when the report comes for other possible egress, you're going to find that the cost of perhaps buying a few lots and asking the developer to perhaps change his plan is going to be much less than any other solution that may come up with, because it's so limited what the solution is. Everything from building a bridge over the creek, where you're looking at millions of dollars, or I just don't even know where the other options would be. But I would just like this to be left on the table as when we hire a consultant to look at the different options. I'm not saying this is the option that they choose, but at least it should be an option that should still be on the table for consideration. And if I'm not incorrect, I think there was perhaps 3 individuals that were outspoken on not wanting that road to end at Black Creek Road. Am I correct, Ms. Dolch? Approximately 3 people?
Yeah, at the time it was just between the 2 owners that we heard from on either side.
And so I can appreciate their position not wanting a road there, but it was, it should have gone there, and it's unfortunate that it didn't. So I will be bringing forth a motion for this to be considered as an option and as this egress study moves forward. But thank you for the information.
So where are we with respect to the possibility of a third point of access and egress from Black Creek? Mr. Walsh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the study's fallen into the engineering department to look at the options here. It's in the 2020 operating budget. We had put this study and a number of other studies on hold back in March when COVID struck, with the unknown financial implications that the corporation may be facing. late September, early October. The smarter people in the room, John and Tom, got together and decided that our finances were such that we could go ahead with the study. So it is in the RFP stage right now. My concern with Councillor Noyes' future motion, notwithstanding that I think this is a viable option, is that if the subdivision gets registered soon enough, the developer's in a position to sell these lots, and I'm not quite sure where to go from there. I see Kira's got her hand up.
Yeah, Ms. Dolch.
And if I can just add in, the plan we heard today has been registered.
Well, okay, so the I'm not even sure. There's some construction going on in here already. In this, if that was going on before the plan of subdivision was registered.
They were for model home permits, so now they're in a position to get full building permits, but they have constructed model home permits in that site.
Well, it would seem to me that it would be worthwhile for us to at least approach the developer, say, look, you may want to be aware of the fact that we're going to be doing a study about a third point of access and egress, and it may be that we're going to look here. So can you hold off building a house on these couple of lots? Can we not do that in the meantime? Ms. Dolch?
We can advise the developer of the interest in council to possibly acquire these lots in the future for that purpose, but yeah.
I don't know if we will, and I don't know if that would be the preferred option, but it seems to me if we're at the stage where we haven't got the RFP gone out, why could we not include this as a possibility, Mr. Walsh? Is there a reason why we couldn't include this as a possibility? Yeah, that was to you, Mr. Walsh.
Certainly, it should be a possibility, and I think we should approach the developer and see if they can hold off on selling these particular lots for a little bit at least.
It sends a confusing message to the developer. On the one hand, he's ready to do this, and then the council says no, and then now we're thinking we might have changed our minds and we're going to ignore what the residents had to say. But if it's only 2 residents, well, then maybe I mean, it's surprising that we would have been influenced by only 2 residents, but I don't know that. That's the beginning of 2015. This was a process that there was a lot of new councillors at the beginning of 2000. Well, no, this is the end of 2015. Anyways, so I would suggest, Councillor Noyes, you don't need to bring a notice of motion. I mean, if it's a potential viable route, then I would think a study would identify it. If there are others, they'll identify them as well. And by the time we get to it, it might be gone in any event. But I think that's where we can leave it. Is that satisfactory? Councillor Noyes?
Yeah, yes, it is. As long I understood that I had to have a notice of motion and approved by council before staff would be able to do this, since council before had turned it down, since like it was turned down and moved, so that they needed some more formal direction to do this. The other thing that needs to come, that perhaps may encourage the developer not to develop on these lots, is that would allow him to build on, to create lots where the road that he has now ending on Baker Road is. So he may lose these 3 lots, but he will then gain the lot that, no, I see Mr. Walsh shaking his head, no, he may change. Okay, so I won't even go there. I'm just assuming that he wouldn't need 2 accesses into the subdivision anymore. He would just close it. He would take this one off.
If you look at the plan, there are lots fronting on the road that goes out to Baker. So those that would have to be all changed. That could be more problematic than we think.
Okay, that's why, so if I don't need a notice of motion, I won't put forth one. If that's okay, and I see Mr. Walsh has his hand up.
Yeah, I would say that you don't need a notice of motion, but I would say that the stage at which this development has moved might make it less of an attractive alternative. Mr. Walsh, did you want to add something further?
Just on the notice of motion or the motion itself, I think staff would appreciate that direction from council, just so that we have something official to take to the developer. We'll make those calls in the meantime, but certainly with the backing of the council, it gives it a little more weight.
Okay, that's fair enough. And then in the meantime, because you'd have to give notice and the motion wouldn't be returnable till next month, that gives staff an opportunity to at least find out whether there's any interest on the part of the developer or not, because I'm not sure that we want to get into expropriating. So when we get to notice of motions, Councillor Noyes, I will recognize you.
Mayor Redekop, can we not waive the time period for the notice of motion?
It's not urgent. The RFP hasn't even been put together yet. And we're going to have staff making inquiries in the meantime. So I would be inclined to say no, it's not urgent. Okay, so then we're at new business. Councillor McDermott.
Yes, Your Worship. Under new business, are we going to deal with Mr. Brady's request removal of the EC overlay on the 6 vacant lots adjacent to the 3425 Niagara Parkway?
We can. I'm advised that somebody wants to move that we look at that. If there's, I'd been told Councillor Zanko was contemplating it, but did you want to move that, Councillor Zanko, and Councillor McDermott can second it, if that's.
Or vice versa, I'm happy to second what Councillor McDermott was going with as well. But I think we both have similar intentions.
Okay, so let's do it that way. Councillor McDermott, you raised it, so why don't you move it and count? You're moving that, what?
I would like to move that we request the removal of the EC overlay on the 6 vacant lots adjacent to 3425 Niagara Parkway.
Questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, this is more of a point of order. I'm not sure procedurally if this can be done, because I think we're in regular council. We're not in committee right now.
It's a regular council meeting, and this was a matter that was brought before council during delegation, so I think it's in order. But Madam Clerk?
I have the same feeling as Councillor Dubanow does as well. Normally, if we were in committee and we were in new business, you could certainly move something and vote on it. But I too see this as a notice of motion.
Okay, so then it's a notice of motion.
We can do that tonight, Your Worship? Or do we have to wait till the next meeting?
The next meeting is when, Madam Clerk? December the what?
No, we could do it here under notice of motion tonight, I see. If we're still here.
The notice of motion would be returnable. That would be, is it December the 14th?
December the 14th. Unless you waived notice since you've had discussion about it already.
I wonder what the implications are for the owner of the property. Are we aware of any time constraints, Ms. Dolch?
I am aware that the property, there's a due diligence period on the property, and I believe it ends mid-December, and there is some urgency to it, is my understanding.
And Madam Clerk, the other meeting in December is December 7th?
And that's a committee, yes.
We could have a special council meeting to deal with notices of motion. We could deal with both of them.
Well, if you were in committee, you wouldn't need to do that because you could just bring it up under new business, move it and vote on it.
So we're not in, oh, I see, but we're not.
December 7th.
But we're in a regular council meeting, and ordinarily we would put this over to a regular council meeting.
If you gave notice tonight, I'm sorry, I thought you were just talking about.
If you give a notice of motion, it's usually to another
Yes,
meeting.
it has to
another
come
regular
back. I'm sorry, I
council meeting.
misunderstood.
So what we would have to do is have a special council meeting the same night, which is December the 7th, so that we could deal with the motions then.
Unless you waive notice of motion tonight, the requirement to give notice,
Right.
you waive that and deal with it tonight.
Right. And
Because you've already had discussion, you've heard from the delegation. Just a suggestion.
yeah. Look, I'd have been quite content to deal with it tonight on the basis that we have had some discussion about it and it's on the agenda. And I'm going to have to do some further reading to make sure that that's in error, because I mean, I suppose we could, if I thought that there was some urgency to this, I suppose we could move, we could waive the rules. Not really fussy about that.
That's my
Yeah.
suggestion.
Wait, is Mr. Brady still around? By any chance, or is he?
He is. He's in the attendee area.
Well then,
And then we need to waive the hour of adjournment too.
It's just
So
gonna
moved.
that, Madam Clerk.
beg pardon?
I move to
Then the
extend.
hour of adjournment.
Until when?
Hopefully 11:30.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Butler. Okay, all those in favor of extending to 11:30? That is carried. Okay, so if Mr. Brady is here, then let's ask him if there's some need to have this dealt with before December the 8th.
Would you like me to bring Mr. Brady in?
I don't see him there, but if he's there.
Okay, yeah, I just brought him in.
Mr. Brady, we're just trying to figure out whether there's some urgency with respect to this matter. What are the timelines in connection with the parcel? We understand that it's for sale, but there's a due diligence period.
To answer your question, there is someone who wants to purchase the 6 lots and to get moving in terms of building permits. They have been sort of pushed off a few times, and they, at the present time, they need to either close or do something else, and they need to do that before the end of this month. I believe the solicitor for this matter may have spoken to you on that.
Yeah, she did, and I wasn't clear on that. So it could be the end of, yeah, it could be the end of November. All right. So, and that's an agreement of purchase and sale?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding. It's a purchase and sale agreement.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Brady. So I'm prepared to entertain a motion to waive the rules so that we can deal with this evening. Councillor McDermott, seconded by Councillor Zanko. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the waiving of the rules so that we can hear the motion? All those in favor, sorry, Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Earlier this evening when this was being discussed, Mr. Brady, he indicated that the information that they received from their biologist was sent to EAC, but I don't recall EAC having a meeting and commenting on any of this. So I'm reluctant to even move forward unless EAC makes their comments. And the reason they didn't make a comment was because they wanted more information. And now that they've received the information, which Mr. Brady indicates they have, EAC needs to have a meeting so that they can make their comments. And if you move forward with a motion tonight, then you're bypassing EAC again.
Ms. Dolis, do you have any knowledge with respect to what information has been provided to EAC?
Through you to the councillor, the information Mr. Brady spoke of has been provided to EAC members, and it was to be discussed at a meeting last week with EAC members on site. Unfortunately, we weren't able to achieve quorum, so a decision couldn't be made on that additional information provided.
All right, so we have no comment from EAC with respect to this issue.
Well, I think they should be offered the opportunity, Mayor Redekop.
Yep, I hear what you're saying. Okay, anyone else wish to speak to the motion to waive the rules? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so that motion is on the floor. Could you read it again, please, Councillor McDermott?
Yes, the motion is a request to for the removal of the EC overlay on 6 vacant lots adjacent to 3425 Niagara Parkway.
Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Lubberts?
Thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. The whole point of having your environmental advisory committee is for them to provide comment. I constantly hear members of this council say that EAC is important to us and that we need to listen to what they have to say. And now we're not even going to listen. We're not even going to give them the opportunity to have anything to say. And this is just a complete cycle, and it keeps happening. Every time EAC wants to make their comments, they're pushed aside. And I'm not saying that EAC won't remove the EC overlay. They may well do that, but at least you need to give them the opportunity to make their comments, because you're bypassing them, you're ignoring them, and I don't even know why the town of Fort Erie bothers to have an environmental advisory committee, because for the most part, they never get listened to.
I hear your comments, Councillor Lubberts, and I agree with your comments. Any other questions or comments? Although, Councillor McDermott?
I guess my problem is like we have some important business to do here, and you know, I don't know why they're not making a quorum. I have no idea. Maybe there's problems getting to meetings or something, but I don't understand how not being able to get to a quorum is helping any of the people that they serve. So, I mean, they know all about this. They obviously have dealt with it before. And my thought is, like, if they're not going to make quorum, how is that the fault of the people that need to get moving? So if they're telling us that they've answered these questions to EAC, and EAC hasn't responded, that's kind of a dilemma. That's my only comment.
Councillor Zanko, then Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I agree, and I think EAC is very important. I am supporting this motion simply because it has been 3 months since the application was received. We do have a report on species at risk showing that there is no risk. And, you know, Mr. Brady had mentioned that there is some deadlines as far as timeframes go. So I certainly don't want to hold this up when the lands were developable to begin with, from my understanding. So I will be supporting this, and it has nothing to do with whether I support EAC or not, because I do appreciate their advice. And I think that they provide a crucial role to the town.
Councillor Noyes. You have to unmute yourself.
Good. Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm not going to support this for 2 reasons. One being that and I don't have the report in front of me, is that it was kind of an oversight on the owner themselves for not looking at the overlay many months ago. This wasn't new. It wasn't just something that was put on in the last let's say, the last few months. I think it's been there for quite some time. It just wasn't, attention just wasn't paid to it until I think he wanted to sell it. And it rose to the top, say you have to deal with this. So I don't think it's necessarily EAC's problem in regards to them not having a quorum. I think part of the problem lies with the owner of the property for not addressing this issue a long time ago when they could have. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking that Mr. Brady and the environmentalist, the person who did the study for the warbler, didn't do a study for all species. It was really specific just to that particular species. So I'm not sure whether they've done a habitat, and I think that's what Councillor Lubberts asked that question, and that there wasn't a complete habitat looked at. It was just really restricted to that one particular bird. So I'm not going to support it at this point. I'd like to see what EAC has to say.
Any other councillors? Before I go back to you, Councillor Lubberts, is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet? That would be Butler or Dubanow. Okay, Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Just to follow up on Councillor McDermott's comments, let's look back at this. EAC, it's not a question of whether they had quorum or not, and it's not a matter of timing. Yes, there was time that we could have commented, but the reason they didn't comment was because the developer didn't provide the proper environmental impact assessment. His impact assessment only dealt with vegetation, didn't deal with habitat. That's why EAC sent it back. So if the developer would have done the proper environmental assessment that included habitat, then EAC would have already made their comments. But they withheld, asking for more information. And now we're sitting here and we're saying, no, we're not going to give you any more information. You had your chance to speak and that's it. And EAC, there's a lot of times when EAC asks for more information so that they can comment, and that information is provided to them. But tonight, nobody wants to give them that information. But they want to rush this through. They want to waive rules of procedure so that they can push this through. There's nothing urgent in a purchase to sale agreement. There's nothing binding there. You can move closing dates, and that happens on a regular basis. So EAC can have the opportunity to comment based on the information that they've been provided, and then let the process go through. But for some reason, nobody wants to follow the process.
Anyone else? If there are no other questions or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? It is carried. Are there any other items of new business or inquiries? Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'll try and keep this brief because I'm getting tired like everyone else. I just want to quickly thank the infrastructure department for all the work that they did with the storm that we had yesterday. I was down on Lakeshore Road today. They were able to get the road cleared. There was a tree on Queensbury that someone emailed me about, and even before I managed to get a hold of town staff, they had cleared it up. So they did a fantastic job. And the residents down on Lakeshore think the way the road was cleared of the debris was absolutely excellent. So I just wanted to mention my personal appreciation and the appreciation of the residents. The second item, and I'll be bringing a notice of motion about this, and we will not need to waive the rules of procedure, but I was reached out by a representative of the Fort Erie Lions Club regarding their new build for a 60-unit affordable seniors building at the Douglas Heights site, and a request to see if council would be willing to grant them some funds to pay for the phase 1 and phase 2 archaeological assessments. It's a small amount. It's, I believe off the top of my head, it was about $5,100. It's not a lot of money for a municipality with a $30 million levy, but for a service club, especially during the time of COVID, where their fundraising efforts are reduced, it goes a long way to help them. So I will be bringing notice of motion about that later tonight. I think it's important that we do everything we can to support the creation of affordable housing units in Fort Erie. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. And then was it Councillor Noyes? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Mine is an inquiry in regards to flooding on River Trail. This is the second time in less than a year that there's been homes flooded on River Trail because of the drainage from the new subdivision that we waited so many years for. I don't know who engineered the plan in regards to drainage, but obviously it's not working if that in less than a year we've had flooding twice. I think somehow that has to be looked at. We can't have these poor residents having their homes flooded. It's going to be like Councillor Butler mentioned earlier, they're not going to be able to get insurance anymore. And I'm not an engineer, and I don't think the homeowners are engineers, but they've also said there was never a problem that they knew of, and both of them lived there 10 years, if not longer. It has never been a problem until the engineered drainage work happened, and there's a ditch in front of their house that's supposed to drain into Black Creek. Or it's never been a problem. So obviously, the new subdivision has created a problem, and it has to be addressed. I'm hoping that doesn't turn into a Point Avenue situation where every year, they're getting flooded over and over and over again. Again, this is a new problem, and it needs to be looked at.
Councillor Noyes, have you identified the area that you're speaking of?
I can give you the house numbers. Yeah, not right now, but I do have it.
Yeah, I think you need to give that to Mr. Walsh, who can follow that up. Fair enough, Mr. Walsh? Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Any other, Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a quick question. Is there a possibility that someone from staff can engage in a conversation with Canadian Niagara Power to find out when they have plans to replace the oldest hydro poles in town, which is on Garrison Road?
Mr. Walsh, is that something that you could have someone take up with CNP?
Yeah, we can do that. Is there any particular section you're looking at, Councillor?
From Pettit Road through to where the school is. The power flickers on and off on a continual basis.
Is it the poles or is it the service?
I don't know. Somebody raised it to me that rents in the complex, and I said I'd raise it.
Yeah. So I think you need to look at what the service is, Mr. Walsh, and find out if there's some problems there and whether it's going to be replaced or upgraded, and if so, when. I think that's the question. I don't know what the poles. The poles hold up the wires. I think it's the wires that carry the electricity.
I'm sure that's what it is. Thanks.
Okay. Any other inquiries or new business? Okay, then Madam Clerk, we're at 11:17. Are there bylaws that need to be dealt with this evening in the event we don't get to them? Otherwise?
This is the same kind.
I think I would have to defer a couple of them to the director of PDS because they are to exempt lots from part lot control. A couple of them deal with a consent application, 112-2020 for a daylighting triangle, public highway dedication, and then got that land sale. And there's a development agreement, which I understood was urgent to go, but maybe Mr. Walsh or the CAO can speak to that one.
Okay, so the ones that 110, 11, 12, 13 are all related to, I think, planning approvals either through the committee, I think through the Committee of Adjustment. And then 114, that's the one that we had a delegation on this evening. 115, Mr. Walsh, is it Mr. Walsh or Ms. Dolch? Regarding Mr. Walsh entry into the development agreement.
We prefer that went tonight.
Pardon?
We prefer if that one went tonight.
Okay, and Ms. Dolch, 110, 11, 12, 13, do they need to be dealt with tonight?
The removal of part lot controls are important. So 110, 111 are definitely, they're linked to sales transactions with the developers. 112 and 113, yeah, they can be put over if need be.
I believe, Your Worship, I also believe that bylaw 109/2020 can be put over.
Right, well, those aren't, I don't think, very contentious, and I don't know if any of them are except 114. So I think we're at a point where, Councillor Butler, do you want to start in on your motions? Would you prefer to deal with them all at the same time? Because I think it's unlikely we're going to get to all of them this evening before midnight. And I'll be honest with you, I'm getting tired, and I'm sure some of the others are getting tired. What's your preference? We could start in on them.
If we don't finish them tonight, when are they going to be finished?
Well, Madam Clerk, if we don't finish tonight's agenda, when do we do that?
Just a moment.
I think they're very straightforward.
We have five meetings this month. We have on the 18th, we've got budget. Could we do it after the budget meeting as a special council?
Wednesday night?
On Wednesday night? Could we finish the agenda then?
Yeah. Are you asking me?
Well, you were asking what date might that be?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So if we can do that Wednesday, I'm fine with it. Can we do it before? When's budget? At 6, isn't it? Can we do it before?
6.
Ideally, we should be giving 48 hours notice, but if there are urgent matters, then we can still.
Well, it's the completion of an agenda.
Yeah.
So we'd simply be adjourning it.
We just adjourn now and carry on Wednesday night after budget.
All right. Well, we've got 9 minutes. I wonder if we can get some of if that's agreeable to you, Councillor Butler. The question is whether we do it before or after the budget meeting. I think that was the question you raised.
Right. I'd like to do it before, get it over with.
I'm
withdrawing one, which is the animal rights one.
I'm sorry?
I'm withdrawing one of them, which is the animal rights.
So you're down to 3
Down to
motions?
3.
Okay, I
It
wasn't.
shouldn't be contentious because everybody knew they were coming.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
But there may be some debate on that. All right. Well, what about 5 o'clock Wednesday? Are other councillors available? 5 o'clock Wednesday? All right. So why don't we let's see what we can do in the next 8 minutes in terms of the bylaws, and then we'll do we'll start with the motions and whatever else is left at 5 o'clock on Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay. And
Mayor Redekop?
yeah, your notice of motion.
Yes.
You can give that Wednesday night, and it will be
Sure, that's fine.
at the same time.
Okay.
And that will be the same with
Notice of motion.
wasn't there someone else that had a notice of motion? Councillor Dubanow.
I did, Your Worship, and Wednesday's perfectly fine.
And you can do that Wednesday as well. Okay. So why don't we move to the bylaw package? And did you want a bylaw removed from the package, Councillor Dubanow? Which is 114?
It was 114, yeah. And I've also got the conflict on 111.
Right. So did you want 114 removed as well?
Yeah, those two are going to need to be removed.
Okay, so then let's see if we can deal with some of these bylaws. Councillor Noyes, you have the bylaws for first and second reading. So 111 and 114 would be removed from the package. So could you move the amended package? And I understand Councillor Zanko is your seconder.
Yes. Moved by myself and second by Councillor Zanko, that the bylaw package containing 109/2020 to authorize application for cancellation, reduction, or refund of taxes levied for the years 2018, 2019, and 2020. Bylaw 110/2020 to exempt certain lots in Plan 59M-464, Part Lot Control Block 4, 51 King Street, 1639875 Ontario Limited. Is the Howie Ming. Bylaw number 112/2020 to accept and declare a daylight triangle as public highway at the southwest corner of Westwood Avenue at Glen Spring Roads, Garaziano and Adele Frasca. Bylaw number 113/2020 to accept and declare lands as public highway on the north side of Thunder Bay Road, 3356 Thunder Bay Road, 2682384 Ontario Incorporated, Andrew Marchand. Bylaw number 115/2020 to authorize entry into a development agreement with Alinka Sagabins and Tina Adalapo Sagabins. I apologize for the pronunciation. 1577 Royal York Road be given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. So that bylaw package as amended is on the floor for any questions or comments. There being none, Councillor Lubberts, could you proceed then with a motion for third and final reading for the bylaw package as amended?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. I'll need a seconder for this.
Seconded by Councillor McDermott.
Councillor McDermott. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that bylaws number 109-2020, 110-2020, 112-2020, 113-2020, and 114-2020.
Sorry, 150.
Final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Councillor Lubberts, 114 was removed from the package. 115 is still in.
Oh, all right, okay. My correction. You want me to do it again?
No, so instead of 114, it's 115.
114 instead of 150.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the bylaws in the package? All those in favor of the resolution? None opposed, that is carried. So let's go back, Councillor Noyes, and we'll deal with bylaw 110.
I think you mean 111.
Sorry, 111, which Councillor Dubanow has a conflict with.
Moved by myself and second by Councillor Zanko that bylaw number 111/2020 to exempt certain lots in Plan 59M-149 from Part Lot Control Block 42, Spears Estates, 10941098 and 1102 Garrison Road, Ashton Homes, Western Limited, A. Purcello. Be given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Lubberts, could you do a third and final reading for that bylaw 111, please?
Yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that bylaw number 111-2020 are given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. And Councillor Noyes, back to you for bylaw 114, please.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Bylaw number moved by myself and second by Councillor Zanko, the bylaw number 114/2020 to authorize the sale of part of lot 22, Plan 505, 0 Catherine Street to the Regional Municipality of Niagara be given first and second reading.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So that bylaw is on the floor for questions or comments. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo my previous concern with just the way it's being handled with the neighboring owner. I certainly sympathize with the situation he's in right now with the need to develop, or at least a desire to develop his property possibly into an apartment building. I know you're probably all going to shoot me for this, but I'd like a recorded vote on this.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Noyes and then Councillor Lubberts.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I don't think that anything, but if we go ahead with selling this to the Regional Municipality of Niagara precludes the other interested party in negotiating with the Niagara Region. I don't see that. He can still approach Niagara Region for a win-win if he'd like. I don't think anything precludes him from doing that, but I do feel that it's necessary. If the Niagara Region needs it for a pumping station, they need it. So it's going to benefit everyone who's going to be using that pumping station. Thank you.
Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. I agree with Councillor Noyes, but this isn't the first time that people have come forward to the council or the town of Fort Erie since I've been a councillor, right? Where the properties are being sold and the abutting property owner hasn't been notified properly. And I think that we need to take a look at how we're going about disposing of property and why we're not notifying all the property owners, the abutting property owners especially, because this is not the first time this has happened. And personally, I think it's an embarrassment to the town when someone comes forward and says, this has been going on for like 18 months and he had no idea, no clue what was going on. And an abutting property owner should be notified. I've read the Planning Act. From what I'm reading, if a municipality has surplus lands, abutting property owners are notified. I don't know why it's not being done.
Ms. Dolch, can you comment on that, or Mr. Cookett, one of you want to comment on our policy and the recommendation and why notice not to abutting property owners?
Sure, I can pipe in, and if Mr. Cookett wants to join in. We have a land sale policy. It's not through the Planning Act, actually. It's through the land sale policy municipalities put together. There is some requirement to notify. So normally, in normal circumstances, we do notify abutting landowners. It depends on the situation at hand. So we do have abilities to waive that land sale policy, which was what was being recommended last meeting, to waive that land sale policy, not to identify or notify those abutting landowners or engage those abutting landowners because of the need. So sometimes it can happen if it facilitates a development and it's beneficial for a development, or in this case where it facilitates the construction of a pumping station for capacity for our growth numbers to 2041.
I don't think we need any further explanation. Any other questions or comments with respect to this? Then if not, I'm sorry. Continue on, Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. And thank you very much, Ms. Dolch, for that explanation. And here's where we can, even if, I guess, from what I'm hearing, staff has the authority to waive the land policy, the land sale policy. Is that correct?
No, we have the authority to waive, and we did waive it on this particular matter based on a recommendation in a report that we dealt with, I think, last week. But council has to waive the policy, not staff.
Yes, but this has been going on for months.
That wasn't your question. Your question was
no, but I'm saying this has been going on for months, and that's the problem that you're having is these people aren't being notified. Even if staff is preparing to ask council to waive the land sale policy, the property owners, the budding property owners should still be notified that we are going to waive them. But we waived it well after staff has been negotiating with the region.
Okay, so Councillor Lubberts,
The budding property owner should be notified immediately. When you're negotiating with one, you should be notifying the other immediately.
So my suggestion to you is that we get a memo from staff with respect to how this policy is actually implemented. And then if necessary, we can consider revising the policy or making sure that the policy is followed. So Ms. Dolch, perhaps you could circulate a memo as to the operation of this particular policy.
Yes, I will.
And then if council wants to make some changes, we're in a position to do that. Any further questions or comments? Then Councillor Lubberts, third and final reading for bylaw 114, please.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that bylaw number 114 be given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any further questions or comments with respect to this bylaw? All those in favor?
Your worship, I requested a recorded vote.
I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, recorded vote. And technically speaking, we need a motion to go to 11:35.
I'll grudgingly give you that motion till 11:35 or whatever is best.
Dubanow, seconded by Councillor McDermott. Councillor McDermott, you prepared to second that?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the recorded vote, please.
Councillor Lubberts,
No.
Councillor McDermott,
No.
Councillor Butler,
Yes.
Councillor Zanko,
Yes.
Councillor Dubanow,
No.
Councillor Noyes,
Yes.
Mayor Redekop.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
the vote carries, your worship.
Thank you very much. We'll do the confirmatory bylaw next on Wednesday evening, Madam Clerk, because we haven't finished the meeting yet, which means Councillor Dubanow, a motion to adjourn to November that'd be the 18th. So adjourn the meeting to reconvene November the 18th.
18th. Okay, I just got to write that down here because moved by myself. Oh,
At 5 p.m.
5 p.m.
Thank you.
okay. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler, that council adjourns at 11:35 p.m. to reconvene into a special meeting of council on November 18th, 2020.
Madam Clerk, it's not a special meeting, is it? It's simply a continuation of this meeting.
It would be a special council meeting, yes, to continue this meeting because it wasn't scheduled.
Okay. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank God it's unanimous.
See you Wednesday.
We'll see you all Wednesday at 5.
Yeah.
Thank you.